event.
And we know it was just a few days ago that we saw Pope John Paul II at his window, acknowledging the crowd, unable to speak, but certainly igniting in the hearts of the faithful who had gathered there, hoping to get a glimpse of him. It is just about the top of the hour, 11 o'clock in the Vatican City, 4 o'clock Eastern Time, 1 o'clock in the Pacific time zone. I'm Lester Holt. This is MSNBC's continuing coverage about the health of Pope John Paul II. His health, as you know, has declined in recent days, but today, this afternoon, our time, came the announcement that his condition had worsened, that his breathing is shallow, and other signs that might suggest that his condition is grave and irreversible. We want to go to the Vatican right now, where we're joined by NBC's Steve Handelsman, who brings us the latest at this hour. Steve?
Lester, we're told from Vatican officials to expect some kind of an update, a statement from the Vatican about the latest condition of the Pope. Speculation out here in the street outside St. Peter's Square, where thousands of mostly Italians, mostly Catholics, but not entirely Italian, not entirely Catholic, large group have gathered to wait and see what happens tonight. You get the feeling that people will not be surprised if the word is that Pope John Paul II has succumbed to his many medical ailments. People here are not in great suspense about the passing of the Pope. The assumption when you talk to people here is that their Holy Father will pass away sooner rather than later, because that's what his doctors have indicated. They're here to celebrate his life. They've also taken a lesson, as the Pope has made clear through his advisors to the world that he's attempting to do. They've made the lesson that the Pope is teaching about life by the way he dies is not lost on the folks here in St. Peter's Square. They are full of admiration, not just for the Pope's 20-plus years of fathering this church, or reaching far beyond purely religious issues to take on communism and to provide an example of freedom and liberty some 2 decades before President Bush adopted that as his second-term thrust, and they admire his strictly religious approach. He made clear to his advisors, and they've made clear to the world, that in the way he chose to die, he's providing an example. He didn't refuse medical care and went to the hospital when his Parkinson's disease that leaves anyone, especially somebody as elderly as the Pope, open to lung infections and to breathing difficulties. He agreed to have courses of antibiotics. He had that tracheostomy, the hole put in his breathing, his windpipe there, so he could breathe, even though he has the hunched over position typical of somebody who suffers from Parkinson's. And then just a couple of days ago came the word that His Holiness would have a feeding tube inserted, not the type that Terry Schiavo had in the U.S. in a case that Pope John Paul, again through advisors, made clear he was following closely, but something a little less drastic, a tube inserted in the Pope's nose. Then came word today that his condition had worsened considerably. Doctors all over the world said this was to be expected of a man this age with this terrible disease, that he would suffer repeated infections, that the infections would travel through his bloodstream to critical organs like the kidneys, that he would suffer septic shock, meaning a gradual poisoning of his body, and he would quickly go downhill from there. One American doctor interviewed today called it a domino effect in the geriatric world, where one organ failure and one infection would lead to another, and inevitably to the Pope's demise. Everyone dies. These Catholic faithful know that, and they say they're impressed with the way John Paul II has chosen to conduct his life during the process of his death. And so there's a bit of an irony out here, Lester, because the world's news media is so wired up in a way that we frankly were not when John Paul II became Pope in the early 80s. We'll be able to hear what the Vatican says. It will go out on the internet and on the wire services, and you'll get it there, no doubt, and be able to broadcast it on MSNBC. So many, many Americans will know before the people here in St. Peter's Square will know, Lester, either the good news that the Pope has bounced back, either the news that many here expect, that he's continuing to linger, or the worst news that, frankly, many here in Rome tonight expect, Lester, that Pope John Paul II has passed away. This isn't a way of hinting. We've got no advance word. We'll hear, the Vatican says, any time now, the latest condition of Pope John Paul II.
And we will wait for that word. Steve Handelsman in Rome outside the Vatican. Steve, thank you very much for the update. And this picture that you're seeing from time to time, the lights, these are the windows of the papal residence, the apartment there where he is being administered to right now. The lights have been on all evening. The Vatican press office is uncharacteristically open at this late hour in Rome to provide the updates that Steve Handelsman to mention. And as soon as we get more information, another official update, we'll bring it to you. I want to bring back, if I can, Carl Bernstein, the author of His Holiness Pope John Paul II and the History of Our Time. And Carl, picking up on our conversation earlier about this Pope's impact on world events and challenging regimes and governments, do you think that even in his passing, that his influence will be felt for a long time in terms of how governments deal with certain events?
I think that he will be remembered as a touchstone of humanity's best ideals. And that involves what I was talking about before, social justice, the dignity of human beings regardless of their economic or physical or racial or geographic station in life. And, you know, he transcends secular leadership because he didn't lead a country. He led a religion, and in fact, he led more than a religion in that there were people who, outside of the Catholic world, who recognized his greatness. So that, sure, people are going to look to the lesson of his life. And at the same time, one of the sadnesses of his life, and that he was greatly saddened by, was that more leaders did not pay him attention, that the despots all over the world continued to be despotic.
Can you talk a little bit about, though, of how these impressions were formed? We haven't talked a lot about his growing up under Nazi occupation, of studying for the priesthood under Nazi occupation. Well, that had to have formed this social activism.
Well, even before that, you look at the history of Poland, in which the church is the only really exposition of true national identity through the centuries, in which Poland was overrun by, an Austro-Hungarian Empire. But then, after 1939, when Poland was overrun by the Nazis, he was in a work camp with a pickaxe in a quarry, though he tried to get out of that duty and eventually found himself a job in the boiler room where he would read philosophy and read religious works. The father sitting across from me raised an interesting notion a moment ago about mysticism, that he is very much a mystic. Every morning when he was physically able, he lay down on the floor in the form of the cross with his arms extended, prostrate on the floor, would remain in that position on a cold marble floor for 30 minutes, for 40 minutes, for 50 minutes, would not allow anyone in the room. This practice goes back to his youth. He came under the influence as a young man in his late teens of a secular mystic. He was part of a group that studied mysticism that was called something Rosary. I can't remember the exact name. It was a very strange, actually, group that met in secret, studied various texts. He didn't know whether he wanted to be an actor or a priest. He finally decided he would become a priest. He was an athlete, not a great athlete, but a good athlete. He played soccer in high school. He was a good skier. He loved to hike. And his identification with young people, that's really how he moved up in the church. He was a counselor to young people. And interestingly enough, again, some have criticized this as well as saying it's a great thing. He was a counselor to young people on issues of sex and marriage, even though, of course, he had no personal experience with actively sexually or marriage.
Carl Bernstein, who will be with us throughout our coverage tonight as we continue to track the deteriorating health of Pope John Paul II. There is clearly the pictures from the Vatican demonstrate the outpouring just there in Rome, but it is certainly symbolic of the outpouring across the world and certainly in this country. And with more, let's go over to Allison Stewart. Allison?
Thanks so much, Lester. We mentioned earlier the Pope had visited the United States 7 times. Of course, he went to all the large major metropolitan areas, New York, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., but he also held audiences in smaller cities like Columbia, South Carolina, Des Moines, Iowa, and St. Louis, Missouri. In fact, that was his last stop, the last visit the Pope made to the United States back in 1999. Patricia Rice is with the St. Louis Dispatch, and she joins us on the phone. She covered the Pope's trip to her city. Patricia, can you hear me?
I can.
All right. Can you describe for us what it was like when the Pope visited St. Louis? How excited was the city?
The city was very excited. In fact, it was the largest indoor public event in the history of the Earth. They took our dome, which is going to be the site of the Final Four this weekend, and they took that and transformed it into a church for a mass, and the adjacent convention center had a big jumbotron television screens, and it was in January. So unlike almost all of his things, visits to the United States, this was indoors, and the city stopped, and it was people were very excited. This is often considered the Rome of the West. It is the second oldest archdiocese in the United States after Baltimore. And so
Patricia,
it was a big
event. I want to interrupt you just for a moment so people understand. On the left side of their screen, they're actually seeing video from that event, the Pope's visit to St. Louis. Yes, please continue on how St. Louis is the Rome of the West.
Yes, well, it was often called the Rome of the West because it was the second oldest archdiocese in the United States, and it was at one point the diocese included all of the Louisiana Purchase except for Louisiana and Arkansas, so and also Illinois. So it was a huge, huge archdiocese. The city literally stopped. There was a big event for youth. The noise was absolutely deafening. And the Pope was at his witty best. At the end, he lifted up, it was at a hockey venue, he lifted up a hockey stick and pretended to play, and they absolutely went wild. He mentioned sports several times, and people from all over the Midwest, young people from all over the Midwest, cheered and screamed and sang, and it was really like a rock concert. But he was very serious, and he demanded, as at all of the youth events, a great deal of them, and expected a lot of them. Then the next day there was this huge mass, and people came from not only the Archdiocese of St. Louis, but Southern Illinois, the Belleville Diocese, then led by now Archbishop of Atlanta, Wilton Gregory, and it was a very exciting event. And there were, of course, fireworks, which he loved and which are very famous in the city. The Gateway Arch was replicated behind the altar at the Dome, where the Final Four will be played, and it formed the backdrop. It was the 300th anniversary of the first Mass said in St. Louis. St. Louis, of course, was settled by the Old French, and so it was a birthday party for Catholicism in the area, the 300th anniversary.
Sounds like it was an extraordinary celebration, but of course the Pope dealt with some serious matters as well. I understand he persuaded the commutation of a death sentence while he was there?
That's correct. I was on the plane from Mexico City to St. Louis when I talked to Dr. Navarro Valls and asked him, why is the Pope choosing to come to St. Louis? And he gave me a lot of minor reasons, and then said, what do you think? And I said, could it be because at the time we have the highest incidence of capital punishment per capita in the United States? And he said, you can say that. And the next day, Secretary of State, Vatican Secretary of State Sedano, met with the then governor of Missouri, Mel Carnahan, the late Mel Carnahan, and asked him to commute the sentence of a man who had been was supposed to be executed that day. His name is Darrell Meese. He was a convicted murderer. Meese had been scheduled to die that day, but then the state realized that you really shouldn't execute somebody when the Pope was visiting, so they had rescheduled it for several weeks later. Carnahan was a bit reluctant and didn't say he would do it, and then at a evening vigil at the St. Louis Cathedral Basilica, a vast church with the world's largest collections of mosaics, the Pope walked down the aisle. Mel Carnahan was near the aisle, and he stopped, and he asked him to spare that man. And Carnahan thought about it overnight, slept on it, and the next morning, after the Pope had left St. Louis, decided that he would commute the sentence.
You paint an extraordinary picture. Thank you so much, Patricia Rice at the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. She covered the Pope's last visit to the United States in St. Louis. Thank you so much for your time today, Patricia.
Thank you. You're welcome.
It is 1:15, and you can see on your screen that it's 11:15 in Vatican City, and that is a live picture of the papal apartment. We have continuing coverage here of MSNBC of the Pope's failing health. It's a live picture of St. Peter's Square. You can see that so many people have amassed to wait to hear the word, to comfort one another, and to pray for Pope John Paul II as his condition lessens.
He is said to be physically failing and worsened, was the last official report, though we were told just about 20 minutes ago to stand by for another update from the Vatican. We haven't received it. When we get that information, we'll bring it to you. But there is, of course, reaction at the White House this afternoon to the deteriorating condition of the Pope. And for more on that, we turn to Bob Kerr. Bob?
Hello there, Lester. Well, it's interesting to listen to you and your guests talk about the Pope as a politician, as diplomat, as so much more. It serves as a reminder that this Pope actually came here to the White House. He was the first Pope ever to set foot in the White House. It was back in 1979 during the presidency of Jimmy Carter. And when he was here, he discussed such things as calling for nuclear disarmament and also more aid to third world countries. So the Pope very, very active on causes not necessarily limited to the church. I should tell you that the Marine who usually stands at the door behind me to the West Wing is no longer there, which means the President has gone back to the residence, presumably, here at the White House for the day on this Friday afternoon. And we can tell you that the President is being kept up to date on all of the latest on the Pope's condition. He has sent word through his spokesman that he and the First Lady join people all over the world in praying for the Pope. And he sent word also that he believes that the Pope has inspired millions. The spokesman here saying that the President and First Lady believe that the outpouring of love and concern, which you have been seeing in recent days, is a testament to the Pope's greatness, and that he will be remembered for what the President calls his great moral leadership. Now, the President and the Pope are not strangers. They met three times, a couple of times at the Vatican, most recently in June of 2004. And at that time, the Pope told the President that he appreciated the President's commitment to moral values, his respect, the Pope called it, for life and family. And at the same time, the President gave the Pope the Medal of Freedom, which is the highest civilian award that the U.S. government can give. Now, the two also have their differences, because at that same meeting, the Pope did remind the President that he was upset by the U.S. invasion, the U.S.-led invasion of Iraq, and he was upset about the prison abuse scandal at Abu Ghraib in Iraq. The two men, shared their disagreements on that topic and moved on. So the President is being kept up to date on what is going on with the Pope's health. The next question, of course, will turn on what the President will do in the at the time the Pope passes away, whether he would go to the Vatican for the funeral. We'll have to wait and see what the White House announcement will be on that, Lester.
Bob Kerr. Kerr at the White House, thank you very much. Let's turn, if we can, to get a bit more medical insight from Dr. Mark Rosen of New York's Beth Israel Medical Center. Dr. Rosen, thank you for being with us this afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you help us, in layman's term, explain what has happened in the last 24 hours? We knew about the breathing problems a few weeks ago. We knew about the tracheotomy. What has occurred that has taken his condition to such a point?
Well, what we're seeing is really the natural history of septic shock, which is going to have a bad outcome. The Pope developed a urinary tract infection. As a result of this infection, toxins have accumulated in the bloodstream, causing disorders in many organ systems. The blood pressure fell. There was a very high fever. As a consequence of the blood pressure falling, many of the organs sustained an injury and probably permanent damage. These include the brain, where his mental state is reduced. He has breathing difficulties. He was reported to have congestive heart failure, and his kidneys are believed to be impaired now as well.
So would it be typical for him to be put on dialysis, or would that be considered an extraordinary means?
Well, at this point, this is a personal decision as to how much support, at what point in his life he would want and desire at this time. The prognosis for septic shock, even with extraordinary measures, about half of people with septic shock, with full-blown septic shock as the Pope has, would die, even with full intensive care support, with everything being done.
So even if you contain the infection, which may or may not have occurred, the damage has been done?
Often it is.
So would they continue with the antibiotic therapy?
The antibiotic therapy would certainly be continued, but the infection might be gone for all we know right now. Certainly it would be prudent to continue the antibiotics, but even after the infection passes, the damage to organs has been done, often irreversibly.
So what do you suspect is happening then in terms of treatment? Antibiotic therapy and...
He's getting antibiotic treatment. We've been told he's been getting oxygen, which is completely appropriate, and a large volume of fluid has probably been given through an intravenous in order to support and maintain his blood pressure.
And the oxygen, obviously he's been having problems breathing. That would be going through the trach tube then?
Yes, that's correct.
And would the breathing condition have limited his mobility and made him more susceptible to this infection?
Well, his limited mobility probably predisposed towards everything, including the urinary tract infection, in that it's easier to urinate and to void when you have more mobility, and perhaps retained urine within the bladder set up the focus of infection.
Does a patient like this typically receive pain medication? Is there pain associated with what he's going through?
Usually in this condition there isn't pain. There's no infection that really should be causing pain, and it's likely that the Pope is very comfortable.
Dr. Rosen, your big help. Thank you for your insight, and we're glad you're with us as we continue our coverage this afternoon. We have been monitoring the extraordinary reaction around the world. This is the most visible, of course, the thousands who have gathered at St. Peter's Square, but there are other gatherings, other services, and people just reflecting around the world. And for more on that, let's turn to MSNBC's Alex Witt. Alex?
All right, Lester, thank you very much. Indeed, the outpouring of grief is coming in from around the world. Notably, let's start with the country of China. The BBC News is reporting that even China has wished the Pope a speedy recovery, saying it is the communist state's first public message to a head of the Catholic Church since the 1950s. Now, what is significant about this is, Lester, that China expressed the concern for Pope John Paul, but a foreign ministry spokesman is declining to say whether or not Catholics in that country are even being allowed to worship and pray on behalf of the Pope, publicly speaking. Of course, it's known that back in 1951, China severed all ties with the Vatican, thus no communiques with the Vatican since then. So again, this is very notable that some 60-some years later now, or 55 years later or so, China is making official statements and conversations and communiques back and forth with the Vatican. It had demanded at this point that Catholics worship only in churches that were recognized by the state-controlled church there in China. It is a group that does not recognize the Pope's authority as the papal head of the Roman Catholic Church worldwide. Information also coming into us from Poland. There's a very poignant statement that was offered by a Polish student, also quoted from the BBC, Lester. He says, quote, "He can't leave us when times are so difficult, when there is so much evil. terrorism, unemployment, no more hope. This coming from a young Polish student who was speaking with the BBC News. It's also interesting that the Warsaw Jewish community there is making statements about this. They are continually praying right now for the Pope. The chief rabbi there, Michael Sundrick, saying no other religious leader has done so much to reconcile Christians and Jews. He has done so much in the fight against anti-Semitism, and I quote from Reuters wire service, nobody has accomplished as much as him. No other religious leader from any church has ever done this. So they're feeling it very hard right now in the country of Poland. Polls overwhelmingly, Lester, credit the Pope with ending the communist rule in their country. It was an overwhelming, still is, overwhelming Catholic country, as well as with the rest of Eastern Europe, saying that he helped to end the communist rule there. There was his first return to the then communist Poland in 1979. That drew millions of people to the streets there, the likes of which they had not seen ever in the history of Poland. His sermons, they say, the Polish people inspired them to challenge communism in their country, to be really a major factor behind what was the birth about a year later of the Solidarity movement. So Poland today, needless to say, very, very poignant prayers going up for their favored son there. Also in from other places like Australia, word from there in Sydney, Leicester, Bishop Julian Porteous praising the pontiff as one of the great men of our time. Manila, Philippines, of course being an overwhelmingly, predominantly Catholic country. Faithful have packed into the churches there in the Philippines. There are descriptions of small churches, large churches being lit all throughout with the candles that are so traditionally lit by Catholics. They go and they light candles and they say their prayers. They say there are candlelit churches filling up all over the country there in the Philippines. So reaction coming in from there as well. We have the Polish president as well, Alexander Kwaśniewski, canceling all his meetings Friday and tending to prayers for the Pope. Then you look at a small place like the Lofoten Islands. Those are off of northwestern Norway. They're feeling the presence of the Pope as his life ebbs away at this point, Lester. A tiny cloister there. 3 Polish monks there praying for the Pope in Norway. So again, coming in, we can update you. Russia, Egypt, Austria, Nigeria. Interestingly, that country in Africa has the largest population of Catholics, some 20 million in the country of Nigeria. There are churches all over filled with Nigerians who are right now praying for the recovery or the blessing of the soul of the Pope if he is to pass onward. So we'll keep monitoring all this for you, but it's coming in fast and furiously. Very heartfelt, Lester, here.
Right. Alex, thank you very much. And we are also waiting for that statement. We were told we would get a new statement from the Vatican. That's been about a half hour, but as soon as we get more from there regarding the Pope's condition, we will bring it to you. Perhaps we can get a bit more insight by turning to Jean DiMarino, an MSNBC analyst and Vatican reporter on the phone from the Vatican. Jean, what are you hearing from there?
Well, in St. Peter's Square, there are tens of thousands of people who've packed into St. Peter's Square watching the famous windows of the Apostolic Palace, where Pope John Paul II is being monitored around the clock. The pilgrims are waiting and praying. The Pope's Vicar General for the Vatican City has led those present through a sort of rosary prayer, and he seemed to be warning them that the Pontiff's death was imminent. He said this evening or tonight, Christ is opening the door to the Pope. And at St. John Lateran Church in Rome, there was a special mass held in his honour. The congregation included Italian government officials and diplomats like the Italian Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi. And the Pope's vicar, Cardinal Camillo Ruini, in his homily said the Pontiff was already seeing and touching God. And it's actually Cardinal Ruini who will have the task of breaking the news of the Pontiff's death to the world when it occurs. The latest that we heard on the Pontiff's health was a report from Joaquin Navarro Valls, who's the chief Vatican press spokesman, at around 1900 local time, 7 p.m. local time. He said that the Pontiff's health had worsened, so that his breathing was shallow, his kidney function had deteriorated, his blood pressure had worsened, that his overall condition was compromised. So it seems that the Pontiff's condition is grave and getting worse every minute.
Can you give us a sense of who these people are, the various walks of lives of the people who are gathered in the square?
It seems to be, I mean, during the day, there seemed to be pretty much an even mix. I mean, there were people from all over the world. There were tourists who were there genuinely going to see St. Peter's Basilica, who got caught up in the moment, were finding out that there were these reports about the pontiff's health worsening, and who were sort of curious bystanders. But then there were also the Vatican faithful, the Roman Catholics, the pilgrims, who are tied up with the life of the Pope, who watch the Pope come every Sunday. And this Pope is a very popular Pope. He's a Pope who redefined the role of the papacy. He put it on the world stage, and these pilgrims love him. They want him to do well. They're praying for him. They're encouraging him.
Jean, thanks very much. I want to just pause for a moment as we reach the bottom of the hour. It's just about 11:30 Rome time, and there's that picture of the crowd we've been talking about. We have not received another official update, but as Jean was telling us, we're continuing to monitor for the late developments in the failing health of the Pope. And Jean, if we can continue right now, many have noted a change from the Vatican press office, a bit more frankness in the last 24 hours. Was that obvious to you in terms of how frank they've been about his health?
Oh, definitely. I mean, the Vatican, even just a few weeks ago, was like Kremlin on the Tiber because of the way it was so close-mouthed about his affairs. You would only find out about things, hours or days after they'd actually happened. But it seems that just in the past few hours, even possibly in the past 1 or 2 days, it's become very media-friendly, releasing bulletins regularly about the Pontiff's health. And this is something, I mean, the Pontiff may have himself have authorised this. I mean, we don't know for sure. But possibly he has authorised this for the time of his last illness. It could be a reflection of how media-savvy the Pope himself is. I mean, here in Rome, they call this Pope the Pope of the gestures. He entered a synagogue. He entered a mosque. He had a sense of timing, a command of the crowd when he spoke that has been seen very, very little elsewhere. And it seems almost fitting that the Vatican, in his last few days, should adopt a sort of openness to the media. Definitely, I think the Vatican wants to prepare the faithful for his demise. So it could actually be because of this that they're now releasing information quite regularly about the Pontiff's health. One example of what's happening here is that the press office is open for 24 hours. This was a press office that would close regularly, religiously at 1 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. If you were 5 minutes late, you couldn't get in there. And now it's open all night. So it's a sign that on the one hand, possibly there are only a few hours left for the Pontiff, although it's difficult to say. But it's also a sign that the Vatican seems to have, in a media communication sense, moved into the 21st century.
Jean DeMarino, thank you for your update and insight. Let me also, we've got Steve Handelsman who's standing by as well. He is outside the Vatican. Let's get his perspective. Steve?
Hi, Lester. As we wait for this latest announcement on the condition of John Paul II to be made by the papal press office here, there's no way to know exactly what its content will be, but it is crystal clear that there is an enormous and apparently growing outpouring of concern for the Pope. We've come down to street level. You can see better just how many people have assembled outside St. Peter's Square and then further back down the street in St. Peter's Square itself where they can overlook the papal apartment. This young man, for example, a member of a Polish order of monks, has come from Poland 4 days ago, speaks no English. The woman next to him just joined him here. They've been discussing the situation in Polish. She came just today from Poland. There are other Poles here nearby and people from many other countries besides Italy out here standing by, Lester, to see what the latest news is about the condition of the Pope. It's not as if people expect a miracle, though many, of course, pray for one here. It's mostly, they say, because they just want to be here, to be with the Pope that they so respect and love after his extraordinary papacy. Many of them, but not all, have followed the medical developments, the rapid-fire developments of this day, where the Pope, who's had Parkinson's for years and for weeks now, has suffered typical a fading of an elderly person with that debilitating muscle disease, with the infections, the breathing difficulties. Then came word today that the Pope had slipped into a grave condition, that he had suffered what's termed as heart failure, which, as we've heard many doctors explain here on MSNBC, has less to do with the heart and more to do with the general body shutdown, as the toxins and the low blood pressure associated with the infections that are in turn associated with Parkinson's disease ravage the Pope's frail, but until we hear otherwise from the Vatican, tough body. And so they're out here tonight, Lester. They're waiting to hear. No doubt tears will be shed if the news is bad, but there are a lot of smiles here. People are sharing a fellowship of Catholicism and a fellowship here in Rome tonight of love for John Paul II. Lester.
Steve Handelsman, we appreciate your update from the Vatican. And right now, let's go to NBC's Alex Witt now for more on some of the world reaction we've been witnessing.
Thank you very much, Lester. We've been watching this reaction coming in from around the world, from Poland certainly, where this is their adored favorite son who has led the papacy for the last 26 years. Information coming in from Norway, from Russia, Spain, Egypt, Austria, and also from the Middle East, which is where we find NBC's Martin Fletcher standing by with their very latest reaction from Jerusalem. Good evening to you, Martin. What's the latest?
Well, hi, Alex. Well, here's midnight. It's dark here in Jerusalem. It's quiet, serene. There are some Christians, some Catholics who have been going to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre hoping that there would be a prayer mass for the Pope. But it didn't take place. The doors to the Holy Sepulchre were closed, and the people simply drifted off to their homes. But the interesting thing here is that it's not only the Christians who are looking with paying very close attention to the fate of the pontiff. Jews and Muslims here also have been very much affected and touched by the life of Pope John Paul, because he's a man who really did reach out to the other religions, especially in particular the Jews and the Muslims. And his visit here in March 2000 was a monumental tribute to the conflict here. He came, he said, in order to help peace take place. He wanted to encourage peace. He's been a man who, throughout his lifetime, has paid great care to relations with the Jews and with Muslims. Of course, he grew up with Jews in his hometown in Poland, playing football as a child, and that relationship with Jews continued throughout his time as the Pope. He was the first Pope, for instance, to visit a synagogue, the first to go to the concentration camp in Auschwitz, and here he was the first Pope to come to Israel after Israel occupied the West Bank in the 1967 war. And also the Muslims here know him very fondly as a man who has supported their cause for a Palestinian state. He met, for instance, 12 times with Yasser Arafat, 12 times when Israel was condemning those visits, saying Arafat was a terrorist. Nevertheless, John Paul, the Pope, met with Yasser Arafat, the Palestinian leader, in order, he said, to encourage the peace process. And so he's known fondly by Jews and Muslims, and they're paying close attention to events in the Vatican. But at the same time, as I said earlier, right now it's quiet, it's dark, it's nighttime, and we're expecting that tomorrow prayers will take place in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre here in Jerusalem.
And Alex? Martin, we were looking at some of the video of one of those 12 meetings you mentioned between the Pope and former Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat. Perhaps that was from the year 2000, when the Pope was a little bit more able to get around his hip ailments, knee ailments, hadn't forced him to retire to the walkers so much. In fact, Palestinian Christians, Martin, today have been holding these vigils all throughout Jerusalem's Old City, as well as throughout Bethlehem. I know you're certain you know about those. They've been remembering this visit back in 2000 that the Pope made to Israel. And at that time, he really made pleas for peace in the Holy Land, did he not?
Well, he did. That was the emphasis of his message. Of course, for him, he said it was the visit to the Holy Land for him personally was an extraordinary, he said, emotional, personal experience. But at the same time, he was very aware that any visit to the Holy Land would be seen as a political event too, and he was careful to marry the two sides to the visit. He went to eight of the most holy sites of Christendom while he was here. But he also, for instance, went to the Daheshi refugee camp just outside Bethlehem to look at the conditions of the 12,000 Palestinians who've been living there since 1967. And he said, and he saw those conditions. He paid close attention to them. He said this has to end. There has to be peace. And at the same time, that message that was repeated with the Israelis, who said they need a country to live in peaceful, secure boundaries. So, and he also, by the way, supported the Palestinians in their claim to a Palestinian state. So he really covered all bases while he was here. And as I said earlier, made friends with the Jews, with the Muslims, and of course, the tremendous outpouring of joy when he came here from the Christians. I was here was a joy to behold. It was a wonderful occasion as the Pope traveled the Holy Land to Galilee, to Lake Galilee, Jerusalem, Bethlehem, Nazareth. It was a wonderful time, and he's remembered here very fondly, Alex.
And Martin, it is now Friday night, which means they're going into the Jewish worship day of Sabbath there tomorrow. Do you expect the synagogues tomorrow there to be filled with celebratory remembrances of the Pope, or more somber ones, given the grave state of his health?
Well, I think that actually, to be honest with you, I don't know. I think that the synagogues tomorrow will probably just continue with their Jewish faith, and I think, you know, obviously the people may be talking amongst themselves. I would be very surprised if there will be any religious statements in the synagogues tomorrow. It's more a matter of waiting for things to happen. Certainly, there's going to be great. There's going to be the Jews and the Muslims will show great solidarity with the Christians, but inside the mosques, inside the synagogues, so soon, I doubt whether there will be any services in his memory, assuming he dies by that time. But there's certainly, as I say, solidarity, personal solidarity with the Christians.
All right, NBC's Martin Fletcher, thank you so much for covering all the bases there from Jerusalem for us. We appreciate it. With that, Lester, I'll send it back over to you.
All right, Alex, thank you. I want to go to Allison Stewart right now, who is gauging some of the reaction here in this country, the outpouring of emotion and concern for the Pope's health. Allison.
Lester, the way I'm doing that is I'm checking out many of the local newspapers across the United States, how they're covering this story via the internet. Went on to the New York Times website. They're through the photojournalism. Basically, they're just showing a picture of St. Peter's Square, what you've been looking at. But if you go to the Chicago Tribune, they have got a fantastic slideshow there. You see a picture of an elderly woman touching a picture, a statue of the Pope. Now, this picture was taken at the Fifth Martyrs Parish, which is a predominantly Polish-American Catholic church. And in fact, when the Pope visited Chicago, it was his first trip back in 1979, made such an impact, they named the local elementary school after him, John Paul II Elementary School in Cook County. Let's head a little farther south, down to Texas, to the capital of Texas, Austin, Texas. The Austin Statesman, they've been doing some pretty great. Can we actually take the flash news down so you can see that picture of that young girl? She's a 13-year-old kneeling in front of a photo of the Pope. Actually, it's a painting of the Pope, offering her prayer, stopped by on her way home from school. Let's check out the Los Angeles Times. There you go. You see a picture of some of the faithful holding the rosary beads, praying. That's at the Our Lady of Angels Cathedral in Los Angeles, and that's where we find NBC's Mark Mullen. Mark.
Which has the largest concentration of Catholics in the entire country. The Archdiocese of LA, 4.2 million Catholics. It is the reason that even on this workday that this cathedral, which held a mass a short time ago to pray for the Pope, was filled, some 3,000 seats. Many people coming here for different reasons as well. It was officiated by the Cardinal of Los Angeles, Roger Mahoney, who cut short a vacation and said this in part to the parishioners.
So as we gather today, and we are in those final hours of the wondrous Pope's journey, we surround him with our love and our prayer. We accompany him as our risen Savior with arms wide open awaits his arrival in the fullness of the kingdom.
Very emotional to talk to many of the parishioners who came out. We talked to one Polish American who obviously shares a common bond with the Pope, his homeland, and said that his experiences, the Pope's growing up, especially with the Nazis, fueled his activism that we saw in the papacy later on. We also heard from a Colombian American who spoke quite poignantly, saying that he was the type of Pope that was available, to use her words. She says he never turned his back on developing countries and really reached out, especially in countries which did not have a big history of civil rights. For that matter, in the year of 1998, I happened to cover the Pope when he visited Cuba. Nationally, here in the United States, it was a trip that did not, unfortunately, get a lot of press in terms of news coverage because it happened to be the same week in which the White House Monica Lewinsky scandal broke. But the Pope, for his part, accomplished many different things in Cuba. As frail as he even appeared back then, he essentially had the stamina. I remember covering him of a 16-year-old. He would rise at 5 o'clock in the morning, do speeches and events throughout the day, make some of these polite but inflammatory speeches right with Fidel Castro and the audience as well, talking about the need for more religious freedom. Lastly, what was a very poignant moment for the Pope, I remember, and it really showed that even... yes, I can. I'm sorry, we had someone talking to me. Even at the very end of his visit, to conclude, he went to his plane, he faced a line of priests who were there waiting, and he told them, he says, I want you all to finish the work that I now have started. Even in the past years when he appeared very frail, very resolved nevertheless. That's the reason that people here in Los Angeles and throughout the world praying for him today.
That's Mark Mullen reporting from Los Angeles, a first-hand account of his travels with the Pope when he went to Cuba. If you're just joining us, you are watching MSNBC's continuing coverage as we are monitoring the Pope's condition. You're seeing a live picture there from St. Peter's Square, of course. That is a live shot of the papal apartment where the Pope is right now at this hour. Lester.
It will soon be a new day in Rome. It's midnight is the current time there, and the faithful show no sign of leaving as they continue to wait for word and to reflect and offer their prayers and just experience a very surreal and a very sad, perhaps, moment of time. We want to go to Steve Handelsman right now, who's just down the block from the scene to get an update. Steve?
Hi, Lester. Luke and Catherine de Cointet are French, but they live in Rome now, and they've come down here to, well, you tell me, why?
It's just because, you know, the Pope is nearly died, and so it's a problem for us just to come and be present. It's like a father or brother. It's something from the family that will be missing very soon. So more than the Pope, it's really somebody from the own family. And so we have to be present, of course, and pray with everybody.
Catherine, I know that you are a little reluctant to speak in English, but give me a few words. You've got a smile on your face. Other people are smiling. Is your sadness mixed with happiness at how this papacy, the mission of John Paul, worked out and what it meant to you?
No, I mean that we are together, like my husband said, that
together.
We are together with, we have, how do we say this, l'espérance,
the hope.
The hope,
right.
Yes, we have the hope. We are living with this hope in our heart. So we are very sad, but in the same time, so we are living in the hope.
Luke, John Paul II has made clear by his actions, and his advisors have actually spoken to the point that he's trying to give Catholics and the world a lesson about life by how he ends his life. Do you have a sense of that? Does that have meaning to you?
Yes, of course, yes, but now it has to end, I think, because we've seen the Pope so, you know, difficult trying to speak, to communicate, and now that he cannot do it, I think he has to just to live in peace and that's it, I think. But this is a very good example of, you know, that we have to help all people, people with suffer and so on. And we just crossed a bishop, and when you say that my wife was smiling, yes. He said to my wife, "You're smiling," and he benedict her. How do you say it in English? I don't know. He blessed her right. Just because she was smiling. I think we have to smile as well.
It is striking how many people, thank you both very much. It is striking, Lester, how many people have come out here simply, they say, to be here. French people, Polish people, many, many Italians, Americans, and not a tear. There will no doubt be many shed when word comes, as it no doubt will come in a minute and an hour and a day and a month, that John Paul II has passed away. But for now, there's a brotherhood and sisterhood of love for this man and strong Catholic feelings and unity in St. Peter's here tonight. Lester.
Steve Handelsman, thank you for that, and thanks for sharing those stories of the folks who have gathered out there tonight. Robin Wright is the diplomatic correspondent for the Washington Post, and she has traveled extensively with the Pope on diplomatic missions, the former Soviet Union. Robin, thanks for being with us. Give us some of your observations as you think about the life of the Pope, in particular, the moments that you covered him.
Well, I suspect he will go down in history as one of the great statesmen of the 20th century. This was a man who reached out across the world, not just in Eastern Europe, to try to send a strong message that freedom and human dignity was the essence of life, and that rule by dictators in the Philippines, in Brazil, in Poland, in Haiti was unacceptable. And he took that message personally to the doorsteps of the leaders who ruled in those countries. And he reached out to the people who lived there in the poorest slums to try to give them a sense of hope, and often even to inspire them to mobilize to take action for themselves. He was a catalyst in the way arguably no other leader of the last quarter century has been in trying to urge global change.
You can only imagine, Robin, the uncomfortable moments when he would utter these things about some of these dictators or authoritarian leaders right there in their presence.
Absolutely. There was one exchange he had with Ferdinand Marcos in the Philippines. I remember I was the pool reporter on that meeting, and the president of the Philippines came out absolutely furious. It was clear that he had received a very tough message. And the Pope then went out to the poor areas of Manila and elsewhere in the country to try to reach out and send a signal that that the time had come for change in that country.
And is that what you think is part of what has endeared him to so much of the world? Is that that willingness to speak so candidly?
I think it has. I think one of the reasons you see people pouring out in the Vatican Square and the deep emotion around the world about the loss or potential loss of this great man is because everyone thought that he was their Pope, that people identified with him, whether they were young or the old, the poor, those in power. There was a real connection.
Robin Wright. Robin, thank you very much for talking with us.
Thank you.
And if I can bring into the conversation Reverend Anthony Figueredo, who, as we've been talking to throughout the day, is professor of theology at Seton Hall University and a former personal assistant to Pope John Paul II. You had to smile listening to Robin's description of him forcefully saying these things around these leaders. Did he ever talk to you, or did you, in your presence, about these, what could certainly come off as very awkward and difficult moments?
Yes, and I think he did on occasions, and I think what was very interesting is that he was a man who was enormously prepared, Lester. I mean, before he'd go into these meetings, he'd do his homework, and he would certainly have advisors who would counsel him on the issues behind what he would say. But he was also a man of surprises. I think very often we'd find him breaking away from his set speeches really to speak to the hearts of these leaders of nations.
And would that raise eyebrows among his staff and aides when you realize he's coming off the script?
Yes, I remember when I was with him in Jerusalem, for example, and often he'd, it was the height of security, but he'd break off from the normal, the routes in order to be with the Jewish people. That was extraordinary, and it did raise eyebrows, because imagine everyone was watching him, watching what he'd say, but he'd go ahead. He was a man with a passion for truth. I think that's why I was just smiling, because this will be his great legacy, and I think this will be what will inspire others. And I think, incidentally, when the election does come for the next pontiff, we'll want someone who really is out to speak the truth, isn't out simply for popularity, isn't out thinking of himself, but really one who wants to lead the church to freedom, as was said, to the dignity of the human person in a world which, quite frankly, Lester, is in great flux. People are looking for a solid anchor in a world where we are really finding very different points of views on human life, on the dignity of the human person, on sexuality, on marriage, on the family. People need to know where can happiness be found? What is the meaning of my life? he would say the truth to the leaders of the world in the same way that he would say the truth to the young people. He was consistent in his message, Lester, and that's why I think people are out there until midnight in Rome tonight.
Yeah, and we saw Steve Handelsman, you saw the interview with the French couple, and,
yes.
and the husband mentioned, you know, it's okay to smile. And you and I spoke earlier, and then I'll ask you for a little Christian theology here about that notion of that death is something to welcome. We spend our lives trying to cheat death, I guess, in many ways. But talk about how the Pope, maybe in his last hours, still trying to teach.
Yes, it's one of my favorite topics because, quite frankly, Lester, you know, suffering and death was never willed by God. God never created us for suffering. God never created us for death. However, we believe it entered through what we call sin, original sin. Somehow the plan of God was distorted, it was spoilt. But somehow God wasn't content with leaving us in that situation. And this is why we believe that he sent his son Jesus Christ in order to redeem the world. But what is really amazing for a Christian is that he redeemed the world by the cross, which is the ultimate sign of tragedy, the ultimate sign of evil. I mean, someone put to death a man who was innocent. But the good news, what is the good news that the church proclaims? That out of the greatest evil, God can bring good. And this is how I think the Holy Father is entering death. Is it an evil? Is it something our body rejects? Absolutely. But he knows that the resurrection exists, and for this reason, he knows that the next world will be even better. How
has he personally influenced people like you and those others who have worked closely with him and gotten to know him?
Well, Lester, I myself, if I can be a little bit personal, I used to work on stock markets in London prior to becoming a priest, and I would not have left the lure of London and all of the promises if I didn't see in a pope who was very normal, very human, and had left an awful lot to give his life. Imagine that this Holy Father came from Poland in order to come to Rome and almost becomes a prisoner in the Vatican. I don't think we really realize that. You know, it's not nice having the world's cameras upon you every day, photos being taken of you every day. I mean, he couldn't go out shopping when he wanted to. He couldn't, you know, watch television when he wanted to, necessarily, and yet he was willing to do it, and I think, and he was happy. He was happy. He was a man of joy. You know, one of the scripture passages tells us, the prophet Ezra says, you know, that your strength is the joy of the Lord. And I think we saw that in this Holy Father. Even in his suffering, he wasn't afraid to be public. What a testimony that is to all of us. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid of your weakness, of your sufferings, because there is a meaning and you're giving a testimony even there.
I'm sorry, someone was speaking in my ear, so I couldn't hear your complete thought, but I did want to ask you, we've been asking you to speak in these larger terms, but how are you experiencing this personally as someone who has known him and has worked with him?
Yeah, Lester, I was hearing, you know, from Rome, there's not a tear being shed. In fact, there are a lot of tears being shed in my heart at this moment. There truly are. I mean, this has been my Pope for 27 years. I've grown up with him. Half the planet does not know another Pope apart from this one. And he's been a real father figure to me. He's been an enormous witness of a man who was strong, who lived graciously, who gave his life to the end, and now who is teaching us how to die and to suffer graciously. And that touches the human heart, because very often what we hear is that we have to be strong and powerful and successful in order to be loved. More people are loving this Holy Father, imagine, in his suffering and weakness. And look at those crowds out there.
And what you describe is almost a poetry.
It is a poetry, but I think sometimes we have to leave what is very rational. And we have to enter into the mystery and into the excitement of God's very life. I was saying earlier on that this Holy Father is a mystic. He had that union with God, and we believe that with God, nothing is impossible. Nothing is impossible. And this has been, if you like, the motto of this Holy Father. Go ahead despite the difficulties of life. Enter an adventure, enter the excitement of where God is taking you, and truly he will give you a happiness that you have never experienced before. He knows that, he experiences it in his flesh, and I believe that that is what is giving him great consolation, great serenity, even in his suffering in the Vatican apartment this night. We're approaching midnight now, and my heart really is with this Holy Father, as I believe his heart is with all of us.
And we appreciate you sharing your personal thoughts with us, Reverend. And it is approaching midnight now. It's about 2 minutes before midnight at the Vatican, and we continue to see the lights blazing in that upper floor of the papal apartment where the Pope has chosen to remain rather than seek treatment at the hospital. He is being attended to by physicians, certainly, and his aides are gathered there. But the story that was painted for us probably 4 hours ago or so in a statement was a difficult one, that he is in a grave condition, that there is organ failure, that his breathing is shallow, and that it looks like that Pope John Paul II may be quickly nearing the end of his life. It's a live picture you're looking at from the Vatican, and thousands have gathered in the square there. Thousands have gathered in Krakow, Poland, and his home, and in churches and cathedrals across the world as well, as they continue to offer their prayers and thoughts for Pope John Paul II. Let me bring in, if we can, George Weigel, a Roman Catholic theologian and papal biographer. He's also an NBC analyst. He's also known the Pope for several years. George, thank you for joining us.
Hi, Lester.
Can you tell us what you are hearing from the Vatican?
I'm hearing what you're hearing, that the Pope is going peacefully towards the end of his life, bearing a remarkable witness, as Father Figueredo just said, to the truths on which he staked his life for the last 7 decades and more.
We have been watching this video, the live picture of the lights on in that apartment, the crowd here. Can you give us a sense of what likely is taking place inside now as the gravity and perhaps the finality of this moment begin to sink in?
My sense, Lester, would be that the Pope is surrounded in his bedroom by his personal staff, his secretary of more than 40 years, Archbishop Dziwisz, the Polish nuns who have looked after his household since the days when he was the Archbishop of Krakow, his personal physician and others, perhaps some of the senior cardinals of the church. And I think what they're doing is praying him home to God, being with the Pope as he gives himself over at the end of his life to the God whom he spent his entire life serving and proclaiming.
How has he affected the lives of the average Catholic?
I think he's given people a profound sense of pride in being Catholics, a sense of vitality in the church, particularly in the United States, a sense that there's no contradiction in being an engaged, modern person and a faithful Catholic. He's embodied that engagement in his own life, as Robin Wright was saying. He's embodied a kind of Christian fearlessness in the face of all of the things that so many of us find frightening about the 21st century.
I asked one of our earlier guests, and I'll ask you the same question. No doubt he's pondered the question the last several days as his health has failed. What is the unfinished business? What is it that I wish I can complete?
Oh, I'm sure there are many things that the Holy Father wishes that he had had a chance to finish. His ecumenical initiatives, particularly towards the Orthodox churches of the Christian East, have been incomplete. More than 17 years ago, the Pope wrote a letter to Deng Xiaoping, then the maximum leader of the People's Republic of China, inviting a new dialogue between the Catholic Church and the leadership of 1.2 billion people. They're still waiting for the letter to be answered. This was a man who, in my experience of him over almost 15 years, was constantly looking towards the future. There was nothing of the nostalgic about him. The question he was always asking himself, and indeed asking the rest of us, what more can we be doing to bring the good news of Christ to the world, to bring the healing power of Christian faith to the world, to bring a world often fragmented together in unity.
At the same time, we know some of the ugly warts of the church emerged during his papacy. Speaking specifically about the sex abuse scandal. In fact, I was there when he gathered the bishops together a few years ago. How do you think he would reflect on that subject?
I think it was a terribly burdensome and difficult wound for the Pope. This is a man who was in love with the gift of his own priesthood from the day of his ordination on November 1st, 1946. To see other men betray that gift wounded him deeply. To see bishops incapable or unwilling to deal with these problems, I think also wounded him, for he was a strong and vigorous local bishop.
As we please finish. Yes.
Oh, I was just going to say, what he's giving us at the end, though, is another marvelous example of what a priest is. Here is a man on what we assume is his last day on this earth, or perhaps his penultimate day on this earth. What does he do? He helps celebrate Mass in the morning. He has his aides celebrate the Stations of the Cross, the Way of the Cross, a traditional Friday devotion in Catholicism with him, something he had done for more than 65 years. He asks them to read him the Scripture for the burial of Christ. This is a priest's priest who is offering, I am sure, his suffering and his death for the healing of the world and the salvation of the world.
And I know there will be time here in the not too distant future, I suspect, that we can talk more about the future of the church post Pope John Paul II. But in general, given the fact that 26 years as Pope, given the fact that he has traveled more than any Pope, that he made use of technology from the internet to books and that sort of thing, will this put an enormous burden on the next Pope? In other words, will Pope John Paul's legacy continue to live on and threaten to overshadow the work of the next Pope?
Perhaps not so much overshadow, but John Paul II has certainly changed the expectations that both the Church and, in fact, the world have of what popes are for. 26 and a half years ago, when he was elected, everyone was pretty much of the mind that the job of the Pope is to manage the central bureaucratic machinery of the Catholic Church in Rome. He has done that, but he has added to that this extraordinary reclamation, if you will, of a New Testament papacy. In the New Testament, Peter wasn't the CEO of a little firm called Christianity, Inc. Peter was a witness. Peter was a preacher. Peter was the center of the church's unity. He was ultimately a martyr, according to the church's tradition. John Paul II took those images of Peter in the New Testament and brought them into the modern world by being present to the people of the church all over the world. And I think the expectation that that kind of witnessing papacy ought to continue will, in fact, be met in the next pontificate.
George Weigel, we appreciate you being here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lester.
And we continue to look at that scene from the Vatican, the lights blazing, certainly still on there in the papal apartment. Thousands gathered below there outside the Vatican waiting for word. We have been expecting for a good part of an hour now another update on the Pope's condition. We've yet to receive it. The last report was a little after, I think it was 7 p.m. Rome time, that his condition had worsened and that his organs are failing. His breathing has been shallow, but again, we're waiting for yet another update, and we expect that very soon. Let's go to the phone now, and the Vatican reporter for the Christian Science Monitor, Sophie Ari, is joining us. Sophie, can you tell us what you've been hearing this evening from there?
Yes, hello. As you say, we're still waiting for a further Vatican bulletin to give us the latest update on exactly what the condition is at this point. And meanwhile, there is just a growing crowd of very sad, very distressed, but very loyal supporters of this Pope gathering in St. Peter's Square simply to be with him in his final hours. There is silence across the square, despite the fact that there are huge numbers, several hundred, if not thousands of people, all praying, crying, and thinking about the 26 years in which they have got to know and care very much for this Polish Pope, despite the fact that many Italians have not agreed with some of his positions on family morals and issues such as abortion. Nevertheless, overall, and at a time like now, there's a great sense of admiration and loyalty for this man.
Do we know what the mechanism for an announcement will be when he passes?
Well, yes, of course. At the moment at which a pope dies, a whole very ancient system and ritual ceremony begins, and this is a very strict procedure which is already very clearly mapped out in Vatican law. At the point at which the Pope dies, it will be the job of the Spanish Cardinal Martinez Somalo to ascertain the Pope's death by first perhaps establishing that the Pope has passed, and then he goes through a series of rituals which include destroying the Pope's ring and his seal so that nobody from that moment on can forge any documents in the Pope's name. His room is then sealed equally so that no documents or possessions can be taken or removed. And then the Vicar of Rome announces to the Italian public that the Pope has died.
The crowd out there perhaps has heard, I know there were some conflicting reports within the Italian media earlier about whether he had in fact already passed, and we should note the Vatican was quick to deny that. But did that cause any stirs of emotion or reaction that you were aware of?
Well, I think since Thursday, when the Pope's condition suddenly dramatically deteriorated, it has finally dawned upon people here in Italy that they are watching this Pope die, and that within hours, if perhaps days, he will be gone. Until now, despite his illness and his frailty, people have always held out hope that he will fight back, as he has done several times in the past. This time, it's really clear that the condition has become beyond repair, and even various Vatican officials today have warned that the Pope is facing his final hours and getting closer to God, they say, in a positive way.
And that is striking in itself. I know that prior to a few days ago, there was always the sense that the Vatican wasn't fully forthcoming about how rough his condition had become. The fact that they are being quite frank about it now, does that speak volumes?
I think we've seen an extraordinary amount of information given forth in the last 48 hours. Only today we've had 3 bulletins already from the Vatican, which is almost unheard of. And this is apparently in an attempt to be as transparent as possible with the public. And we have been given very specific medical detail of exactly what is happening at each stage, sometimes in almost too intimate detail for people to cope with. It's increased the distress very much, and it's also created a sort of sense that a whole nation here, and perhaps the whole world of Catholics, is with this Pope as they would be with their own father should he be in the same situation, following blow by blow every single stage of his decline.
Yes, Sophie Ari of the Christian Science Monitor, we thank you for taking time to speak with us tonight.
Thanks.
And we have been watching the reaction there in Rome and Poland and many places across the world, but certainly there is a lot of reaction and people paying very close attention to the events in Rome tonight here in this country. And for more on that, let's turn to Allison Stewart.
Thanks so much, Lester. We continue to monitor the situation at various churches and cathedrals across the United States, and MSNBC and MSNBC have just learned that in Boston there will be a mass in just about an hour at 6 p.m. Eastern Time at the Cathedral of the Holy Cross. Reverend Robert Carr will oversee that service. Archbishop O'Malley will not, and that's going to happen in just about, looks like 50 minutes from now. Out on the West Coast, some reporters visited a Polish Roman Catholic parish where the local parishioners there prayed for Pope John Paul II. The pastor of Our Lady of the Bright Mount says he feels as if his own father is sick, end quote, which is, of course, interesting because Pope is Greek for father. And now we want to head down to the Southwest, down to Texas, Dallas, Texas, where NBC's Janet Shamlian is standing by at another house of worship. Janet.
Hello, Allison. We are at Cathedral Guadalupe in downtown Dallas. This is a very large and old grand church right downtown with a predominantly Hispanic population that comes to this church. Now, they've got a mass here coming up tonight in Spanish, and a rosary will be said in a couple of hours. But I want to tell you what we've been seeing all day, and that is a steady stream of people arriving here. There's kind of a shrine to the Pope up front with his pictures, and you can still see that the lilies from last Easter Sunday are there. His photo is draped in fabric, and throughout the day, a steady stream of people arriving here, carrying their own Bibles. They're arriving with their rosaries or with prayer candles, and really kind of a sense of prayers for the Pope and just a sense of resignation, but a steady stream of people here just wanting to spend some time in their place of worship and just recognize these last moments of the Pope. It's been a big, steady stream of people all day here, many of them very sad and pretty much resigned, Allison, to what is to come.
Janet Shamley reporting from Dallas, Texas. We should also point out that in Detroit, where there are over 1 million Catholics, there is currently a service going on right there. Cardinal Adam Medea is calling for priests and parishioners at the Archdiocese of Detroit to keep Pope John Paul II in their prayers. That cardinal of that diocese is actually a Polish-American leader of the more than 1 million strong in the Detroit Archdiocese. We'll continue to monitor the situation here in the States. I'll send it back to Lester.
Allison, thank you very much. As we near the quarter hour, just to update those of you who may be coming home, maybe turning the television set on, our eyes are on the papal apartment. You see the lights there on the screen on your left, where Pope John Paul II is said to be near death. That's according to the Vatican earlier, described his heart and kidneys failing and the blood pressure dropping dangerously low. We had expected another update by now, and perhaps that will be forthcoming. Let's go to Jim Maceda, who is standing by for us outside the Vatican. Jim?
Hi, Lester. Well, that's right. We are still expecting that update, perhaps any minute. It has been a while now since we have received updates either from the Vatican or from the Italian media. Now, throughout the day, we have been monitoring these reports from the Italian media, as has the Vatican. And those reports are coming from Italian media's television and radio, mostly from their own unnamed sources inside the Vatican at times, but not necessarily. Now, some of these reports, especially the earlier report that the Pope had been in a coma, and then in fact that he had died, that report that an EKG machine that was attached to him had gone flat, these were denied categorically by the Vatican. What the Vatican is saying, Lester, is that the Pope remains gravely ill, that his condition continues to deteriorate. That septic shock, which of course is that blood poisoning as a result of the urinary tract infection, that has led to increased failure of certain organs, the kidneys, as you mentioned, also the heart. He does, however, according to the last update, he does remain conscious. He was with his aides today during those Friday prayers where, you recall, he asked specifically for the third hour to be read to him in the Stations of the Cross. That's the hour when Christ came down off the cross, dead, his body brought then to the tomb, so signifying perhaps a preoccupation with his own death. Now, aides and sources have suggested throughout the day that it is only now a matter of hours. One, in fact, said this evening or tonight, and that his remarkable life would be no more. Also, it would certainly be the end of a remarkable chapter in not only church history, but in world history as well. So we are here, we're watching and waiting with at least 1.1 billion other Catholics and God knows how many others. Lester?
Well put. Jim Maceda, thank you very much. Let's go back to Allison Stewart now. Allison.
Lester, yeah, I want to pick up on something that Jim was reporting about the Italian news media when those reports came out that perhaps the Pope had died and the Vatican vigorously denied it. There's a blog called thepopeblog.blogspot.com, and they're taking on this account of this Italian news account. A lot of people are making comments about it. You see it there about 2/3 way down your screen. Italian news reports Pope's death. I want to read you what some of the people checking in have to say. This one gentleman named Ken writes, "In this age of instant news, I hope calmer heads will prevail and get the news right before bursting out with unconfirmed reports." And it comments, Bonnie goes on to say, "We know the Pope is passing. The most important thing isn't to know when. The important thing is to pray for him and the church." An anonymous poster says the Pope is faith, life and meaning of hope. And a lot of these folks go on to thank this blogger for pointing out some of the issues with the Italian media and with media's jumping on reports that are unconfirmed and unsubstantiated. We're continuing to monitor the situation. Obviously, that's a live picture of St. Peter's Square as the faithful are gathering. I believe that square holds about 50,000 people, and from our reporters on the ground, they've told us it is about half full and filling up as the evening continues. Here in the United States, the faithful are going to local houses of worship and cathedrals in their own towns, including Washington, D.C., where we find NBC's Rosalind Jordan. Hi, Rosalind.
Good afternoon, Allison. The 5:30 Eastern Time Mass here at St. Matthew's Cathedral gets underway in about 15 minutes. The service at noon was just about half full, and at that ceremony, the celebrant was the Cardinal of the Washington Archdiocese, Theodore McCarrick. He spoke shortly after the Mass to reporters about the status of the Pope's health.
What we're hearing now from Rome, if my information is correct, is that the Holy Father is sinking, and we'll pray that the Lord, who must love this man very much, because this man loves him very much, that the Lord will take him peacefully to himself if that's his will right now.
Now, Cardinal McCarrick is at his office, according to Archdiocese staff. He is not expected to make any other public comments about the status of the Pope's health unless and until something were to change. Another priest is presiding at the 5:30 Mass here. Allison?
And Rosalind, did McCarrick make any comments about whether he would be traveling to Rome?
Well, he had been originally scheduled to fly to Rome last night for a previously scheduled conference on an unrelated matter. Instead, when he got word that the Pope's health was deteriorating, Cardinal McCarrick made the decision to stay here in Washington to pray with members of the parish here. And then he said once he gets word on what the status will be, then he said he would then head to Rome if indeed that would be required.
Cardinal McCarrick, during that press conference and answering those questions, clearly showed a great fondness for this Pope. Can you share some of his thoughts? I know you attended the press conference.
Well, that's right. Cardinal McCarrick was elevated to his current post by the Pope just about 4 years ago. In fact, he celebrated his 4th anniversary as Cardinal last month. The Cardinal talked about the Pope's great spirit and his playfulness and his willingness really to get involved with people, not be a prelate who is removed from the people. And he said that was a uniquely American characteristic about John Paul II. He said that this is a man who enjoys being around people, shares his energy not just with the old but with the young. And he credited John Paul for bringing many young people back to the church during his tenure.
Rosalind Jordan reporting from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much. Lester will continue to monitor the situation here in the States for you.
All right, Allison, thank you very much. It's been a while since we've updated, actually gone into great detail about what we know about his physical condition. According to the statement that came out several hours ago from Joaquin Navarro-Valls, and he put it in rather clinical terms, the general conditions, he said, and cardiorespiratory conditions of the Holy Father have further worsened. The biological parameters, he says, are notably compromised. Let's turn to Dr. Mark Rosen again from Beth Israel Hospital. Those are very clinical terms, but they describe, I guess, what you've been describing as well, that the infection has caused great damage to his vital organs.
That's correct. At this point, it looks like we are in a relentless spiral of deterioration, that even if the infection were handled successfully, once the organs fail to a certain point, one organ compromises another. When the blood pressure is low because the heart is not pumping effectively, it compromises the kidney function. That might in turn cause fluid buildup, which might in turn compromise the heart function. So one organ, of course, is dependent on another, and we now have several organs that are compromised. And at this point, most patients will have a relentless spiral downhill.
Prior to him receiving the tracheotomy and the breathing tube, he had obviously had breathing difficulties. Could that have damaged the body in some way?
Well, it's unlikely that his prior respiratory problems have caused any significant problem at this point, because as far as we know, his heart was working well, his kidneys were working well, and as is typical in situations like this, a serious and overwhelming infection just really causes the bottom to fall out.
And you mentioned that he would still likely be receiving antibiotics. Any other treatment they can do beyond just making him comfortable?
Antibiotics, fluids, perhaps some medications to try to elevate blood pressure. But it seems at this point that the major efforts are at keeping him comfortable.
And is that a difficult process? Would pain medications be part of the regimen?
Well, there would be pain medications if there's pain. If he's indeed conscious, they would ask him, are you in pain? And he would say yes or no. And if the answer were yes, he would get pain medication.
Dr. Mark Rosen of the Beth Israel Medical Center, we thank you for remaining with us here and helping us understand this part of the story. And those are the medical terms, and the terms that we've heard from the Vatican is that this, as the Monsignor Angelo Camastri said this evening or tonight, Christ opens the doors to the Pope. That's how he put it, the belief and the feeling that the Pope is near death. Even as we've moved into Saturday morning now at the Vatican in Rome, it's 12:23 in the morning. Let's turn to Alex Witt now for more. Alex.
All right, thanks so much, Lester. Well, of course, the Pope being the leader of the Roman Catholic Church, more than 1 billion people worldwide, and yet there's been significant reaction coming in from around the world, from Jewish, Muslim, Christian communities alike. Interestingly, in Krakow, Poland, the Jewish community there has also been praying for the Pope, with the chief rabbi there by the name of Michael Shundrick saying no other religious leader has done so much to reconcile Christians and Jews. In fact, he goes on to say, and I quote from Reuters wire service, that he has done so much in the fight against anti-Semitism. Nobody's accomplished as much as him. No other religious leader from any other church has ever done this. And as you can well imagine, Lester, reaction is coming in from throughout the Middle East. And that is where we find NBC's Martin Fletcher, who's standing by in Jerusalem with the very latest there. In terms of the reaction, Martin, locally there from Christians, Muslims, and Jews alike, hasn't it been very profound there today?
That's right, Alex. The people here are looking very closely at the events in the Vatican, and with sadness too, because Pope John Paul II left a very, very deep, indelible impression on the people. After he visited in March 2000, it was a time when, for the Jews and Muslims, a very significant event. For the Jews, it was the first time that a Pope would come here since the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza Strip. The Pope's predecessor had been here in 1964, but it was the first visit since then of a Pope here, and Israel saw that as a recognition of their status here. And at the same time, the Pope also extended a hand to the Palestinians, to the Muslims and Christians among the Palestinians, saying that he backs completely their claim for a state. And his visit here, when he visited the holy sites, traveling around the Holy Land from the Sea of Galilee to Bethlehem, Nazareth, Jerusalem, he was followed not only by tens, hundreds of thousands of Christians who came from around the world, and also those who live here in the Holy Land, but also by Jews and Muslims. So they're looking very closely at what's happening today with sadness. Behind me is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. You can't see it, of course, in the darkness now, but it's a quiet, serene moment here in Jerusalem. Of course, it's the middle of the night here, so there's very few people on the streets. But Christians did go to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre earlier, hoping to pray for the Pope to hold the Mass. In fact, it didn't take place. The doors of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre were closed, but they say they will return tomorrow morning to take up those prayers, regardless of the status of the pontiff.
And Martin, talk about how you believe the Pope was trying to lead by example, particularly in that tour through the region in the year 2000. He was really trying to extend an olive branch, if you will, saying, please make peace. And by example, he was trying to cross the contemptuous boundaries between the different religions and cultures offered there, wasn't he?
Well, that's exactly right. And by the way, it's something that, of course, that he devoted his life to, not only during the visit here in 2000, which was the culmination of his dreams to some extent, because he always said that he wanted to come here, but the timing wasn't right. And of course, you know, he's extended a hand, in particular, by the way, to the Jews throughout his lifetime. He grew up, as we all know, in Poland, and played with the Jewish children in his neighborhood. Was an avid soccer player. Apparently, he had a Jewish friend who stayed with him for decades, and in fact was one of the key collaborators in coordinating his trip here to the Holy Land. Jews look at him with great fondness. He was, after all, the man who led the Catholic Church into the extraordinarily significant statement that the Jews were not responsible for the crucifixion of Christ. That was the one thing that was, of course, missing in the relationship between Jews and the Catholic Church. He was also the first pope to visit a synagogue. He was the first pope to go to the concentration camp Auschwitz. Now, this, of course, made a deep impression on the Jews, and to balance the act, if you like, of course, with Muslims too. He had a great support for their claims for a Palestinian state here in the Holy Land. He met with Yasser Arafat a dozen times, 12 times, and you can imagine what that did to the Israeli government, who saw Arafat as a terrorist throughout the whole period. But nevertheless, the Pope said, we have to move forward to peace, and he did set that personal example that you mentioned. He set that personal example by meeting with both sides and giving that message very strongly to both sides that peace is the only option, that terrorism has to end, the fighting, the violence must end. And of course we can't really say what impact he really had on the politics of the region, but he certainly left a very serious personal impression, a good one, among Jews and Muslims here.
Inspirational, as always, this Pope, particularly, as you said, with those 12 meetings with former Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat. NBC's Martin Fletcher, thank you very much for the live report from Jerusalem. And as we've been reporting, there's been worldwide reaction pouring in throughout the last day or so. Let's get a wrap-up of that from MSNBC's Contessa Brewer.
Across the globe, prayers for the Pope as his health rapidly deteriorates. From Russia to Australia, France to Brazil, the Pope's faithful have gathered in prayer during the final stage of his life. In Jerusalem, cardinals gathered today at the church Catholics believe is the site of the Last Supper.
At this moment, all Catholics, all Christians, all religious people, in fact all people of goodwill, will be praying for the Pope in his last moments.
At Paris' famed Notre Dame Cathedral, worshippers lit candles as part of a special prayer mass for the Pope. A similar scene in Madrid, Spain, where Spanish Catholics gathered and prayed during a midday mass. And in Australia, worshippers aware of the Pope's fate have joined together to say what could be their final prayers.
We understand he's not going to live forever, but we feel it personally. And I think that's why there are so many there at Mass today, to show strength and to pray for our Father.
A worldwide show of support for a man whose impact has been felt all over the globe. Contessa Brewer, NBC News.
All over the globe, and certainly we're feeling it here at MSNBC. With that, Lester, I'll toss it back to you.
Thank you very much. It is now 5:30 here on the East Coast, 12:30 in the morning, Saturday morning in Rome, and still there are thousands gathered there in relative silence, we're told, at St. Peter's Square, watching and waiting for word, waiting for updates, perhaps praying, experiencing this, as I mentioned earlier, a surreal moment. The lights still blazing in the upper floor there of the building, the apartment where the Pope has chosen to remain rather than seek treatment at a hospital. He is still surrounded by physicians and those close to him. The last update now has been several hours, and it was a dire picture. His health, they said, had suddenly worsened, that his cardiorespiratory conditions had worsened. The biological parameters, we were told, notably compromised. His heart and kidneys failing. His blood pressure had dropped, as it was termed, dangerously low. And we had been told well over an hour ago that another statement was coming from the Vatican. We have yet to hear it. The Vatican press office has remained open throughout the night. It normally closes at 2 in the afternoon, but after that acknowledgement that the situation was grave, they have remained open, ready to provide additional information as it becomes available. In Rome, there were conflicting reports from the Italian press about his condition, some even suggesting that he had already died. Vatican was quick to come out and say that was not the case. They also refuted a report that the Pope was unconscious, but clearly his condition is very, very serious. He's 84 years old, and this spiral of his health downward, especially over the last day with the high fever and a urinary infection, and then damage apparently to tissue and to organs. We have been joined throughout our coverage this afternoon by Reverend Anthony Figueredo. He's a professor of theology at Seton Hall University and a former personal assistant to Pope John Paul II. Reverend, we thank you for remaining with us. Can you describe in general what's beyond those lit windows we're seeing, the apartment?
There's a very, very beautiful drawing room behind those two windows where the Holy Father would greet guests. Heads of states were very ordinary people too. And that would lead you just beyond that to his private chapel, where he spent many, many hours in prayer every day. His own dining room, a very normal dining room as well, where I've eaten on several occasions, and his bedroom, and obviously the bedrooms of his staff. So it's a very homely type of apartment, very beautiful as well, but very homely. And we can just imagine around the Holy Father's bed at this very moment, if we can just set our imagination there. He's probably in his bed. A special bed, I know, was taken from the hospital to help him. And around him is probably his personal secretary, Archbishop Divish, his other secretary, the nuns who looked after him. They're probably praying around him and really helping him through this moment.
And knowing the Pope, do you think he is helping them, at least up to the point he was lucid, helping them through this moment?
That really is very key. I think that would be completely in the character of this Holy Father. His hospital bed, Lester, I believe, is another pulpit from which he is speaking and really sending a message. Do not be afraid. You know, he said something very recently which was very important about the Terry Schiavo case. You know, he said that our job is not to take someone's pain away because we ourselves feel that pain. Our job is really to help that person through that pain. And I think the Holy Father in his bed would know how much we are paining at this moment, how much we are hurting, and he wants us to be consoled, to know that he is going truly to a better place. And on that knowledge, all he wants us to do is to unite the suffering we feel at the moment for him to his suffering, that he will enter into the next life truly with peace in his heart.
And we sometimes forget it's been so long that he survived an assassination attempt, very serious wounds. For those who would tend to him and work with him, did they express concern about his health on a regular basis, about his strenuous schedule?
Very, very regularly. I mean, I know that very, very clearly for many years. I mean, at the synod meetings, in his various travels, we would always be so worried, how could he go on? And we'd want to reduce his schedules. But the amazing thing was that he would come out each time, and he would even put on extra events, extra dinners, extra lunches. I remember what his would-be assassin once said to him when he visited him in the hospital. He said, "Tell me, Holy Father, why I could not kill you." And I think that's a very telling statement. What is there in this man that gives him this strength to go on to the very end, even in the midst of great sufferings? I think in this very moment, Lester, there's probably a great tension going on within him, leaving this world, but at the same time looking forward to meeting his Maker and his Creator. It's a difficult moment for him, and I think he would want us all really to pray and unite our sufferings to his own.
Reverend, we're glad you're with us this evening. We appreciate it. Let's turn to Alex Witt now. Alex?
All right, Lester, thank you so much. I'm joined right now by the Israeli Consul General to New York, that being Ari Mekel. Ari, are you here with me?
I'm here.
Great. I understand that you met the Pope in 1992 and that you were told in advance of that meeting that you were not to speak with him. And yet, what did he say to you?
When I was introduced to him, the setting really was an event held by Radio Vaticana, the Vatican radio, for presidents of the European broadcasting authorities, of which I was one. I was the president of TV and radio in Israel. And when I was introduced to the Pope and he heard that I was from Israel, he put his hand on his chest like this, and he looked at me and he said in Hebrew, Shalom Yerushalayim, which means peace to Jerusalem. And when I sort of forgot myself and I inquired directly, I said, Your Holiness speaks Hebrew? So he looked at me again, he said a little bit, and he repeated this phrase in Hebrew, Shalom Yerushalayim, peace to Jerusalem.
Well, we know the Pope certainly spoke many languages, 11 in fact, and at least knew those very key words there in Hebrew for you. What was your reaction? How did you feel when he said that to you?
Well, we knew already at that time, and it became even clearer later, that this Pope is different perhaps than all his predecessors. He grew up in Poland with many Jewish kids who later perished in the Holocaust, and we knew he had a special understanding towards the Jewish people. He actually called the Jewish people his elder brothers, and he said that the church has a different relationship with the Jews than they have with any other religion. So we knew that, and so we had special respect for him and a special affinity, but this became even stronger about a year and so later in 1993, when he was the Pope that established diplomatic relations between the Holy See and the State of Israel. This was December of 1993, and this really created a whole new situation between Catholics throughout the world and the recreated Jewish state. And of course, in 2000, he came on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. He went and he visited Yad Vashem, the Holocaust Museum. He met with survivors, and he even went to the Wailing Wall, our holiest site, and he put a little sheet of paper there in which he asked for forgiveness from the Jewish people for what suffering has been given to them by some Christians over the years.
And how do you think that his papacy over the last 26 years has affected the relationship between the Jewish people and the Catholics, the Christians around the world? Do you think he's had a profound influence?
He did have a profound influence because it actually started with his predecessor, John the 23rd, but he went in totally new directions as far as reconciliation between the Catholic Church and the Jews, as far as accepting some Christian responsibility towards what has happened in the Holocaust, and especially in readdressing and creating a totally new relationship between the Holy See, the Church, the Catholics, and the Jewish state. In these three instances, he was a pioneer, and I'm sure that many in Israel are now watching the latest developments from Rome and are praying for this great man.
And tell me, it is Friday evening here in New York. It is the Holy Shabbat, the Sabbath day over in Jerusalem and throughout Israel. How do you believe people in the synagogues, as they go to worship tomorrow on the Sabbath, will be remembering the Pope? Do you think there will be any sort of special commemorations for him?
I don't think it'll happen tomorrow in the synagogues, because the synagogue is really devoted to only one thing, which is praying to our God. But I'm sure that throughout next week there will be events in Israel, both public and private and governmental and others, in which many Jews will pay respect to this Pope, who we certainly consider as a man who has changed the entire relationship between the Catholic Church, which of course represents hundreds of millions of people throughout the world, and the Jewish people, and accepted the fact that, as I'm quoting from the Pope himself, that we are sort of an elder brother to the Christians.
Another one of the extraordinary legacies this Pope will leave behind in the wake of his death. Thank you very much for your time with us here on MSNBC, the Israeli Consul General to New York, Ari Mekel. Thank you, and have a good evening, sir.
Thank you.
Lester, sending it back to you.
Alex, thank you. Now, 20 minutes before 1 in the morning at the Vatican, still waiting for another update. It was early this morning that the Vatican said the Pope is fully conscious and extraordinarily serene. It was around noon Eastern time later that we heard his condition had worsened further, suffering from kidney failure and shortness of breath, but had not lost consciousness. As of 9:30 Vatican time, about 3 hours ago, the Vatican was maintaining he remains conscious. That's the last report we've had of his condition. We continue to await another update. Right now, let's turn to Allison Stewart for more.
Thanks so much, Lester. We're monitoring the situation across the United States at various cathedrals. Want to show you a picture that so many people are familiar with. St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City, holding their Friday night Mass, obviously an important Mass today. Many people, of course, this Cathedral can seat over 2,000 people, and 3 million people visit St. Patrick's Cathedral every year. It is the seat of the Archbishop of New York, Edward M. Egan. We're going to listen in for just a moment to the Mass.
So Simon Peter went over and dragged the net ashore full of 153 large fish. Even though there were so many, the net was not broken. And Jesus said to them, "Come, have breakfast." And none of the disciples dared to ask him, "Who are you?" because they realized it was the Lord. Jesus came over, took the bread, and gave it to them, and in like manner the fish. This was now the third time Jesus was revealed to his disciples after being raised from the dead. The Gospel of the Lord. What does one say? I asked myself. What does one say tonight? Many of us, myself included, a few days ago had no intention to be here in St. Patrick's Cathedral tonight. Many of us, even this morning, did not have that intention. But as the news worsened, our intention to join together here at prayer in St. Patrick's Cathedral, reflecting what was happening around the world, intensified. And when I was asked to preside at this Mass, I said to myself, what does one say? An hour or two ago, I was with a small group in one of the chapels here in the cathedral, and the priest led in the traditional prayers for the dying. And I thought how beautiful and how real. He did a little scripture reading.
You've been listening in to the Friday night Mass at St. Patrick's Cathedral. Obviously, many people gathering there to pray for Pope John Paul II and to seek some comfort. Earlier today at the morning Mass at the Cathedral, Cardinal Edward Egan described John Paul, how he was facing his suffering with, quote, great courage, and he was an extraordinary hero of our times. That's a live picture you see from Vatican City, right outside of the papal apartment. We have another picture, which is quite interesting. It's a parish with a great deal of connection to Pope John Paul. This is the Five Holy Martyrs parish, and this is in Chicago. Now, at this parish, on October 5th, 1979, during his 3-day visit to Chicago, Pope John Paul II held an audience in the parking lot of this small church. About 17,000 people representing what is a predominantly Polish and Polish-American parish attended this meeting with the Pope. The Pope spoke in his native tongue. He spoke in Polish to the faithful who came to see him. And in fact, where this church, this Five Holy Martyrs Church, is located was renamed Pope John Paul II Drive. This church is in Cook County, Chicago, and we've been seeing earlier today the Chicago Tribune had a fantastic photo essay, some great photojournalism. You see this woman here, she's part of this Five Holy Martyrs parish, who was there reaching out and touching a statue of the Pope. Obviously, there are services going on around the country today. We talked to NBC's Janet Shamlian down in Texas, Mark Mullen out in the Los Angeles Bureau. We're going to continue to monitor many of these services for you. Lester, we're going to send it back to you.
Allison, thank you. It's at the quarter hour now, 15 minutes before 1 in the morning at the Vatican. The crowd is still gathered there, a largely silent crowd. Earlier they had many had recited the rosary there and have been offering prayers, shed some tears. Their thoughts and concerns right now with the third floor windows and what's going on behind those windows where Pope John Paul II is being ministered to by doctors along with aides and close associates here. They have been described, the Vatican has described his condition as worsening. That description came several hours ago. We've been expecting another update, have yet to receive it. Let's check in with Jim Macedo right now, who's outside the Vatican, to tell us if there's anything more. Jim?
Hi there, Lester. Hi, Lester. Well, it continues to remain in that kind of language. We have not had an update, an official update, and not even an unofficial update from the Italian media for now about 3.5 hours or so. Worsening condition, clinging to life, on the verge of death, but not dead yet. 70 to 80,000 individuals are now outside that third floor balcony or the third floor apartment in the Papal Apostolic Apartment Complex there overlooking St. Peter's Cathedral. 70 to 80,000 individuals who were waiting and hoping as well, beyond hope at this point really, that there might be a miracle and that he might somehow survive. There have been a number of false alarms through the course of the day, mostly coming from Italian TV and radio media, subsequently denied by the Vatican. A report earlier on that the Pope was in a coma, that was denied. Also that he had in fact died, that both an EKG and EEG machines attached to him inside his studio apartment in fact went flat. That was denied categorically. That in fact, coming from the Vatican, that there are no machines of that type in his apartment. Now the Vatican is saying, and I think you've hit this already pretty much, that he is deteriorating. The septic shock that hit him as a result of that urinary tract infection simply, you probably dealt with this in more detail with medical experts, but septic shock, the bacteria itself will simply flatten out, will loosen and take away all of the tautness inside blood cells. And as a result of that, the heart then loses its function. It in fact fails and the blood pressure drops. Now you can treat this apparently very aggressively. It appears that the Pope has opted not to do that by clamping arteries, pumping the body full of adrenaline to keep artificially the heart going. He has not done that. He is taking antibiotics, but again, according to the Vatican and to some aides, he did spend some time today reading prayers. He has been conscious throughout. He was very interested in hearing the Stations of the Cross earlier today, but the adjective that keeps popping up, and you mentioned it earlier, is serene. He seems to serenely now be accepting his fate and surrendering to a higher power. Back to you, Lester.
Jim Maceda. Jim, thank you very much. And we want to bring into our conversation now Christopher West. He's with St. John Vianney Theological Seminary in Denver. He's joining us on the phone from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Mr. West, we appreciate you joining us. As we look at the life of Pope John Paul II, 26 years, but we have to acknowledge it's 26 years during a period that has had such a huge explosion in means of communication. Has that partly defined this papacy, the fact that he's been able to spread his message in such a new and different way than his predecessors?
Without a doubt. The fact that he has been able to reach the world through the modern means of communication, the media, it certainly has enabled me as a Catholic to hear his message in a way that I might not have if I had been alive at a different time.
Yeah, talk about his books, for example, and it's a bit of trivia, but the fact that he sells more books than anyone.
This is certainly true. He is the first pope, in fact, to publish a book that was not an official letter or encyclical or apostolic exhortation. He has actually published books. He has done many things that popes in the past have simply not thought to do. He has broken those rules in a certain sense.
And in that sense, though, his legacy lasts long after he's gone, and I'm wondering how that impacts the direction of the church. There will be a new pope at some point. Will the influence of the previous pope still be felt in a large way?
I think for certain, and I would guess that the role of the next pope is to break open what John Paul II has given us. The church will be reeling for centuries in self-discovery if we really begin to unpack and unfold what this pope has given us in terms of the contribution to theology and philosophy and what it means to be a human person. The question that he has sought to answer his entire life, the question that has preoccupied him, is what does it mean to be a human person? And he has given us an anthropology, he has given us a vision of what it means to be human that has never been articulated in quite the same way. And he draws this teaching in particular from the Second Vatican Council. And you cannot find an official document of this pope where you will not find these statements quoted from the Second Vatican Council. The first one being that man is the only creature created for his own sake. That means we are not merely a thing in the world. We cannot be used as a means to an end. We are created for our own sake, not for the sake of someone else, not for someone else to use us as a commodity. And therefore, we can only find ourselves by giving ourselves away. This is a key teaching of our Holy Father. We find human fulfillment by being a gift to others. And this is what Jesus reveals to us about the meaning of life. This is my body given up for you. We are called to be a gift to others, and this is how we find human fulfillment, and I think this will be the legacy of Pope John Paul II.
How do you measure his impact, his impact on culture beyond Catholics, beyond Christians?
He is appealing through his philosophical system to the way human beings experience life, and this crosses religions, this crosses denominations within Christianity. It is an appeal to the way every human being experiences being human. And this is why I think his teaching has such a broad appeal, because it is appealing to the way we all experience life itself.
Christopher West will end there. It was good talking to you. Thank you for joining us.
Very welcome.
We're now joined by Monsignor John Strinkowski, who in 1978 was at the last conclave that elected Pope John Paul II. Monsignor, thank you for joining us.
Yes, good to be here.
We talk about him, and it's hard to think back, but he was a bit of a surprise pick. He was a lot of a surprise pick. Can you talk about how long that process was before Pope John Paul II was named?
Well, it was not totally a surprise. I think there were some of us who were hoping that he would be elected Pope. So I think it was a surprise for most people, but for some of us, it was a great delight.
You had met him prior to '78. I understand you met him back in '75. Was that in Krakow?
Yes, I spent 3 days in Krakow in his house and got to know him rather substantially there.
What did you see in him that later led you to believe this was the right man to become the next Pope?
Well, he was a wonderful homilist, preacher, very intelligent, spoke different languages, great sense of humor, was able to approach people in many different ways in regards, with his words, his witticisms. At the same time, also a willingness to listen to people, to learn from them. So I thought he had marvelous leadership qualities, and I thought someday this man could be Pope.
Did you see him as someone who would later go on to challenge totalitarian regimes and to call things as he saw them?
Absolutely. One of the masses that I concelebrated was for 100,000 steelworkers and coal miners, and Cardinal Wojtyła preached at that mass. And he was, you might say, very unrelenting in his defense of human rights, the dignity of the workers, their ability to come together to worship. He was very, very strong on that. So he would definitely be a source of challenge to any totalitarian regime.
He has, speaking of the condition now that he is in, he has embraced the concept of suffering and himself as an example. Can you explain that to folks as to what his message is and how he is trying to get it across? What he's gone through.
I think that he wants us to realize that suffering is an inevitable part of every human life, and that on the one hand we have to be courageous, we have to try to overcome it as much as we can. On the other hand, though, there comes the moment when we can no longer
look with favor on these.
We can no longer
and accept others once you accepted the gifts of your servant Abel.
You're probably getting, I'm sorry, you're probably being knocked off balance. We're listening to a bit of a service at St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York. We'll drop that down, but please continue.
Yeah, so it gets to a point where you can no longer fight it. And you have to realize now it's time to accept what God wills for you in life and be in harmony with that. So I think on the one hand, you try to overcome it as much as possible. On the other hand, though, there comes the moment when you have to acknowledge that it's coming to an end, and you have to accept that.
And Monsignor, I don't mean to be disrespectful by this term, so forgive me, but the thought that comes to mind is, will he be a hard act to follow?
I don't think so, because we have to remember that there's always continuity and discontinuity from one pontificate to another. I mean, his very name, John Paul II, after all, it refers to John the 23rd and Paul VI, and therefore, in his writings, we see the continuity with his predecessors. He also, though, brings in his own thinking, his own philosophy and theology, and so there's some discontinuity. But the next pope coming in will obviously also do things in continuity with his predecessors, but he'll also bring in his own experiences, his own personality, his own views, and so there will be some discontinuity as well. So it's a combination. I think every pontificate exhibits that type of pattern. Some things are continuous, other things are somewhat different.
Do you think he has injected or suggested names for successors, either formally or informally?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that when a conclave begins, it's very difficult to predict, and I cannot imagine that any pope would suggest that the cardinals elect one particular cardinal from their midst.
He has, if anything, has defined his papacy. It has certainly been his concern for the young and his concern, the right to life in all its many facets that he's spoken about. There's also, he's faced pressure to larger inclusion of women in the Catholic Church, social pressures, if you will. Do you think that the lines he's drawn will be hard for others to cross after he's gone, or do you think that that will be something the next pope is going to have to face as well?
Well, there are certain elements of our tradition that no pope can change. What we inherit through the centuries, there are certain dogmas, certain teachings that we must abide by. There are other issues that can be modified. We saw that, for example, with the introduction of vernacular languages into the liturgy. So that many years ago. So changes can be made in some things, but there are other things in which change cannot be made.
Yeah, and we're talking mechanics, and is which we've done much of the afternoon. But I'm mindful that this is someone who you know and have a great deal of respect for. So offer me, if you will, your personal thoughts when you hear the stories of the Pope in his apartment, the physical condition he's in right now. What are you thinking?
Well, the word that keeps coming up that I'm hearing is serene, that he is serene. I think the Vatican press spokesman mentioned that this morning. And I can see that. He has a tremendous inner peace. He's always exhibited a tremendous inner serenity. And so I suspect that even in the face of death, he would maintain that same sort of serenity.
Right. Well, Monsignor, thank you very much, Monsignor John Strankowski. We appreciate you talking to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we continue to keep our eye on the scene there at the Vatican. It's approaching 1 o'clock in the morning. Our coverage here of the Pope's condition will continue throughout prime time here on MSNBC. For now, I'm Lester Holt, and we will see you very soon.
Once he was the ultimate outsider, the second choice, to whom the chair of St. Peter came only after the lingering death of one venerable pope and the sudden passing of another only 33 days in the Vatican, whose election was not just unlikely, but inconceivable. The last time a non-Italian had become the vicar of Christ, Michelangelo's ceiling of the Sistine Chapel had been complete for only 2 decades. Yet, for 26½ years, longer than all those who preceded him, save Pius V and Peter himself, he became not just the leader of the world's Catholics, but its spirit in a time of near total transition. Survivor of an assassin's bullet, tireless traveler, God's athlete, author and poet, politician in papal vestments who helped liberate his native country and who parlayed with countries foreign to him and even foreign to his church. A life fully led as Pope of 1,070,000,000 Catholics worldwide. A life taken in whole, as varied and as fulfilling and as full of wonder as could be imagined. A life, after years of decline and 2 months of constant sickness, that is tonight, by all indications, nearing an end. This is MSNBC's continuing coverage of the illness of Karol Wojtyła, the illness of Pope John Paul II.
Good evening, I'm Keith Olbermann. An Italian news organization and one in this country this afternoon announced his death. But Pope John Paul II, though unconscious and gravely ill, still clings to life inside the apartments at the Vatican at this hour, at least as far as we can know for sure. While the world's 1 billion and more Catholics and countless others, intrigued and inspired by the man, watch a communal, a global kind of vigil, hoping against hope that he will recover, no doubt presuming that he will not, and that the third longest of the 264 or 265 or 266 pontificates in history will shortly end, and a remarkable man named Karol Wojtyła will finally gain his rest after 84 years of the kind of life the greatest fiction writers could not have made up had they tried, and tried hard. It is just past 1 o'clock in the morning in Rome. NBC's Jim Maceda has been covering the vigil at St. Peter's Square since its beginning nearly and at its epicenter, and he joins us now from Rome. Jim, good morning.
Hi there, Keith. Well, we're counting about 70 to 80,000 individuals now in what you have described rightly as a very solemn, emotional vigil. There are people who are lighting candles, people who are wiping tears, many of them, before that third floor balcony and window at the apostolic apartments where Pope John Paul is now inside resting. And the word that keeps popping up is serene. The adjective is serene, that he has somehow reached a point in his struggle and in his life where he is serenely abandoning that life to a higher power. You mentioned the false alarms, and there have been several today. We're monitoring Italian media like many others, and of course the Vatican is monitoring it as well, and there have been a couple of starts and stops today. Earlier on, it was reported by Italian television that the Pope was in a coma, then that in fact he had died, that an EKG and EEG monitoring system had gone flat. The Vatican came out quickly and denied that, saying categorically that was not the case. There were no such monitors, in fact, in his studio apartment. But the Vatican does continue to say, and we are waiting for another update, and this now is about an hour late, or beyond what was expected. They are still saying that his condition is deteriorating. He is still gravely ill. It is deteriorating. The septic shock that brought the tautness of his blood cells to elastic, is basically how someone described it to me, and gave out. The blood cells simply gave out, and the heart is trying to catch up to keep blood pumping in his system. That is what was triggered by that urinary tract infection, and that is what has led to the heart failure, to the kidney failure, and now to a situation where he is still conscious, apparently, but extremely close to death. This has not, however, kept him earlier today, Keith, from naming 17 new bishops. The pastoral side of his mission has always been the most important, and even on his deathbed, he managed to find the strength somehow and the focus to do that. Again, sources are suggesting that it is now a matter of hours. One source said later tonight or later, in fact, this evening, perhaps into tomorrow, but it is now a question of hours. People are waiting now for the miracle, as you mentioned, but certainly the end of a historic life, an extraordinary chapter, not only in church history, but in world history as well. Keith?
Jim, you mentioned the fact that we have so many people in the square at such a late hour, past 1 o'clock on a Friday night, Saturday morning. The church has been so open regarding the Pope's health since February 1st, when he was first rushed to Gemelli Hospital. There have been so many more bulletins, so much more openness. It's entirely a different situation than 1978, when Pope John Paul I died suddenly, and a story was almost fabricated about the circumstances of his death. Having said all that, there are only 3 Vatican officials who will retain their positions when the Pope dies, whether that's tonight or next year, and one of them is the Vicar of Rome. It is still a Roman-centric organization, at least in terms of administration. Would they, if he were gravely ill, would they, or beyond that, if he had passed away, would they announce his passing in the middle of the night, or would they be more likely to postpone until sunrise Saturday morning Roman time?
I think a short answer to a long and good question is that they would wait. The sense is that they would want to not announce something so extraordinarily important and powerful and emotional in the middle of the night. This church can function not only tonight, but many nights and many weeks and months. It can function if he remains in a state of limbo, if you will. Even if he slips into a state of unconsciousness, there are, as you mentioned, there are 3 or 4 of his top aides, especially Stanislav Dziwisz, his right-hand man, who could continue, because they know him so well, with the bureaucratic functioning of the Vatican. No question about it. If, however, he passes away tonight, which again has already been suggested by some sources inside the Vatican, it could be as early as tonight or tomorrow morning, it's most likely that it would be announced during the day.
I mentioned 1978 and the passing of his predecessor John Paul I after just 33 days in the year that had 3 popes, and so many people who are too young to remember any of that. That the story that, as I mentioned before, was almost a fabrication, a fictional version of how John Paul I passed on, who he was found by. It was said he was found by his secretary. In fact, he was found by an attendant, a lay person. He was reading a particular book. In fact, it turned out he was reading something else. It led to all sorts of conspiracy theories and even plots in movies that pertained to why this Pope had died after just 33 days in the Vatican. Do you sense that there has been an effort to be utterly transparent while still maintaining what we've just been discussing, the likelihood that this announcement would not come over in the middle of the night Roman time? Jim Maceda in an audio glitch from the Vatican in the middle of the answer that I was really looking forward to hearing as we await further word about the condition of the Pope and the logistics and the question of would they announce it in the middle of the night Vatican time? Would they wait till sunrise? This is a media-savvy Pope. This is a media-savvy religion. It has become even more so in the 26 years of the Pope's reign, and it has become aware of those circumstances much more even than it did and was aware of it in the 70s and 60s and 50s. In the interim, till we reestablish contact with Rome, as you again see the picture of the window of the papal apartments, the light's still on at 1:09 Roman time. It has been true since he was in his 20s. In wartime Poland, Karol Wojtyła, Pope John Paul II, if nothing else, this is certain, he will not go gently into that good night. He not only persevered through his extraordinarily active papacy despite a history of health problems ranging from a benign colon tumor and arthritis to, of course, Parkinson's disease and the bullet wounds he suffered in the 1981 assassination attempt on his life, but also through a whole history of physical trauma dating back to his youth. The example that's always given when he survived being hit by a truck, a Nazi truck in Poland, and was left in a coma on the street in 1943 and would have bled to death had there not been a passerby who reported this frail young man bleeding in the middle of a Krakow street. This final health crisis apparently began, of course, in late January when the Vatican announced that the Pope had a mild case of the flu. But that was followed on February 1st by relapse, 2 months ago. Breathing problems that required, eventually, a tracheotomy and a tracheotomy tube, and then the urinary infection that reportedly put bacteria in his bloodstream, triggering what the Vatican has called since a circulatory collapse. Dr. Mark Rosen is Chief of Pulmonary and Critical Care at Beth Israel Medical Center in New York, and he joins us now. Dr. Rosen, good evening.
Good evening.
In layman's terms, tell us how we went from a urinary infection apparently responding to antibiotics about 24 hours ago to heart failure, circulatory collapse, and perhaps some effect on consciousness in just 24 hours.
The urinary tract infection triggered a cascade of events that eventually led to multi-organ failure. The apparent response to antibiotics was illusory. It was a fake. In fact, the septic process went on. The toxins were elaborated in the bloodstream, and that is not because the antibiotics were inappropriate or potentially ineffective, but because the bacteria overwhelmed the immune system in a man who was weakened, who was probably predisposed towards infection because of his poor nutrition and his general level of illness.
The poor nutrition. He went on a feeding tube, a nasal feeding tube, only Wednesday. I was told last night that as often as feeding tubes lead to infection, that's not considered a likely culprit in this case, or perhaps it is?
No, that's correct. The feeding tube has nothing to do with a urinary infection. It's totally different parts of the body. Sometimes a feeding tube might cause pneumonia if put in the wrong place or if the patient is fed inappropriately, but the urinary tract infection was a completely separate event.
When he first had significant breathing problems in February, they rushed him from the Vatican, which is well supplied from the medical point of view, to Gemelli Hospital so quickly that some of his closest advisors did not know he was gone from the Vatican. What are the conclusions to be drawn about this illness from the fact that he was not taken to Gemelli today or even last night?
Well, I think the decision whether or not to go to the hospital was independent of the illness. The Pope had expressed preferences not to go to the hospital, and in fact, with the tracheotomy tube in and with the feeding tube in, there is really nothing or very little that the hospital could do that could not be brought to his room in the Vatican. So the same treatment, be it aggressive or be it less aggressive, could have been applied exactly where he was in the Vatican, making a trip to the hospital unnecessary.
We all know about the highlights of his physical history, and we know about this extraordinary will to live. When you look at the circumstances and how rapidly they have changed in the last 24 hours, even in the last 12 hours, do you see any possible positive outcome from what we are dealing with right now?
What we are getting in terms of reports indicate what I regret to say is a hopeless prognosis, that if the Pope were going to turn around, if he were going to recover from this, it probably would have happened hours ago during the course of fluid resuscitation and antibiotic. The longer things stay the same or get worse, the worse the prognosis has to be.
But ultimately, we talked about this, 1943, hit by a truck, eluded death time after time. The Parkinson's disease, the hip replacement, the benign tumor, the removal of the gallbladder on the edges of malignancy, the repeated problems with his health, particularly this year. What kind of physical specimen has this man been? This must be one of the most remarkable constitutions of anyone on the planet.
Absolutely. This is a very tough man. He has been through a lot. He has suffered a lot. He has always come back. But eventually, this infection is regrettably going to be probably the final event. If he did not have such an iron will and such a hardy constitution, he would have died a long time ago.
Dr. Rosen, stay with us. I'm sure we'll have more medical questions as the evening goes on. We've reestablished in the interim contact with NBC's Jim Maceda at the vigil near the Vatican. And we cut you off somehow technically earlier in the middle of this discussion, Jim, about the clarity, the desire of the clarity to not have a repeat of 1978 when a series of essentially cover stories were made and led to all sorts of conspiracy stories about how Pope John Paul I had died. There's a delicate balance here between being absolutely transparent and fulfilling the obligation to the truth and being media savvy and all the rest, and at the same time, as we suggested earlier, not making this announcement in the middle of the night from the Vatican. Is there not?
There absolutely is that balance, and they're trying to strike that balance. I hate to admit this, but I am old enough to have covered the election of John Paul II. back in 1978, and it was immediately clear to us that this was a different breed of pope. This was a man who really understood that the pastoral side of his mission could be accomplished by embracing modern 20th and indeed 21st century technology. He did it from the get-go, and he did it for 26 or 27 years, always trying to get his message out. That led to a kind of a tradition, if you will, over the decades of transparency in the Vatican, even through those years of suffering. Remember, and you mentioned this before, this is not 3 weeks or 3 months of suffering. We were covering stories back in 1995 of the Pope so sick that he had to cancel certain trips or not get through certain long masses already. That's 10 years ago. This has been going on, and we've watched this progression of the demise of an individual. He has chosen to do this. He wanted to get the suffering out, being as transparent as possible in death as in life. And there are reasons for that. I mean, it clearly brings him, as almost a mystical man, closer, he has said, to his own faith, closer to his own God. So he wanted to put the suffering out there as a kind of an icon to his faith. But he also always said that it was important for the world to see the dignity of not just life, but of elderly, of the ill, of those who are dying. And he has practiced now what he always preached by bringing the world his own illness and bringing the world his own dying. But you're right, it is a very delicate balance, and they're trying to strike that balance between being transparent with the truth and at the same time being dignified and media savvy, which of course he always was.
Jim, one last question, and then we'll let you go with great thanks. That last phrase, media savvy, how does that apply right now, do you suppose? Is that, in fact, if there's that balance that we talked about between transparency and the Roman nature of it being in the middle of the night, is that perhaps the deciding factor on when even the next statement would be made about his health? Is that where the media savviness becomes not just a catchphrase, but a practicality?
Absolutely, it is a practicality, and it's not unusual today that we've seen on a day where information was being leaked out by anonymous sources, unnamed sources inside the Vatican, leaked to the Italian press, leaked to television and radio, that the Vatican came out very quickly to deny these reports. They are speaking, they are parsing their words. There have been obviously a number of reports today, but now it's been 4.5 hours since the last update. They're being very, very careful. They'd rather at this point deny what is being said that they know is wrong than coming out and committing. I think they want now, and the media savviness is right here, not to upset people, not to get people's hopes up or down. They want to announce life or death, and that's what we're going to hear next, I believe.
NBC's Jim Maceda, among these 60 or 70,000 who are within earshot. We're hearing them throughout your report. Great work as always, and we will be checking back with you presently. Thank you, Jim. People all over the world offering prayers for the Holy Father this evening. It's not just in the Vatican. We're hearing reports of, obviously, ceremonies, prayers, vigils, early Mass throughout the Catholic facilities and cathedrals and churches of this country, from St. Patrick's to the various churches in Los Angeles, through the 370 some odd separate parishes in Chicago, all across the country, all across the world. He is, after all, the most traveled pontiff in the history of the Roman Catholic Church. He has made over 100 foreign trips during his 26-year reign. It was fascinating to have been reading some material today from 1997 about how the Pope's trip to Poland was expected by a religious writer to be his last significant trip outside the Vatican. June of 1997. He was still traveling regularly last year. Truly the people's Pope. His life chronicled in great detail in the biography His Holiness John Paul II and the Hidden History of Our Time. Its author, Carl Bernstein, joins us now and will be with us throughout our coverage this evening. Good evening to you, Carl.
Good evening.
As I mentioned, John Paul II, given this nickname, the People's Pope, having touched the lives of millions beyond just Catholics and reaching beyond just his own faith. When we're talking about a legacy of this man, it's a topic that could easily overwhelm, but was this perhaps the most important part, that it was not just about the Catholic Church?
Certainly. He is unique among the leaders of the world in the second half of the 20th century, in that he combined great geopolitical genius with tremendous moral and spiritual authority. I don't think we've ever quite seen anything like it in our time, and it's why he stands apart from all the other leaders of our time, whether or not you agree with all that he did or did not.
Does it really, in terms of historical parallel, do you have to go back to, you made the analogy at the beginning of the program that the previous last non-Italian pope was elected at the time that Michelangelo's sealing the Sistine Chapel was just being finished.
I don't remember that.
Well, neither do I, but does it go back to the idea that there was, in those times, the Pope literally led the papal army on horseback? Has it been 400 years since there was a Pope as influential in geopolitics, as you just said?
Well, popes in those days did a different thing, because when they talked about leading the army of Christ, they really meant an army with people on horses and lances. So this is, whereas this is a man of peace. He is a leader who stands for a kind of social justice throughout his life that transcends his church, that transcends national geographies. And he did evolve this rather remarkable philosophy involving what he called the dignity of the human person. And that involved a kind of social justice. He used the phrase the other, or the others, to describe those who were marginalized by poverty, by color, by where they lived, particularly in the third world, by physical affliction, by old age, by suffering. And these people, he said, were worthy of the same dignity and the same treatment accorded those who were wealthy, those who were fine, those who were grand. And this is a rather radical notion in our era. And despite his huge role in the fall of communism, he really inspired the solidarity movement in Poland, which was the first great crack in the Soviet Empire. The Soviets were terrified of him, didn't know how to deal with him. But despite that, he also turned out to be quite anti-capitalist in many of his views. He certainly thought the policies of the United States, with whom he shared a great symbolism and similarity of language, perhaps, with American presidents, including President Bush, but nonetheless, he was terribly critical of the United States, especially in the war in Iraq, the treatment of prisoners in Abu Ghraib. He was a man of peace. And the fall of communism and its aftermath disappointed him deeply, the aftermath, because he thought it would be a time of spiritual rebirth, particularly in Eastern Europe. The opposite turned out to be the case. He described his disdain and great disappointment at what he called lumpen capitalism. Capitalism run amok in the way you saw with the Soviet oligarchs and see today.
I have a follow-up on that, but I just want to do essentially a reset for anyone just joining us here at MSNBC. The condition of the Pope is considered to be very grave. He is purported to be, according to the Vatican, still conscious, but indeed suffering from septic shock. That term has been used, blood poisoning. He has perhaps been in and out of consciousness, although that has not been confirmed. And at least once publicly, about 4 or 5 hours ago, he was proclaimed dead by several news organizations in Italy and one in the United States. That has not proved to be the case. At least we have not been told that. We have been told to expect another statement from the Vatican tonight, but as you can see, it is 1:25 in the morning in Rome. And although there are 70,000 or so people in St. Peter's Square waiting for some word of Pope John Paul II's health, we may or may not get that announcement until sunrise. Back with Carl Bernstein. About this geopolitical idea, did he enter the papacy? Did he begin
his pontificate with this geopolitical sense, or was it inspired to some degree by the assassination attempt in 1981, or even heightened after that assassination attempt?
Well, no, in the first months of his pontificate, he traveled to Poland, the first Polish pope. The Soviets and the Polish Communist government did not want him to go. They could not find any way to keep him from going. He went there. He saw and preached to 3/4 of the people of his homeland. He went into the great square in Warsaw, where the tomb of the unknown soldier from World War II and the liberation of Poland from the Nazis, prayed at the tomb, and then declared, Christ cannot be excluded from any longitude or any latitude on earth. And that was an unmistakable thrust that every communist leader understood. He didn't say we're going to roll over you. He didn't say your tanks can do nothing. He referred to his priestly abilities, or he didn't even refer directly to it, but he talked about the mission of his faith. And it struck terror in the hearts of the Soviets. In doing this book, Marco Politi, my co-author, a great Vatican journalist, and myself, we managed to get out of the Kremlin the Politburo notes of this period. And within a few months of his becoming Pope, Brezhnev opened a meeting of the Politburo by saying, we cannot lose Poland. The Soviets lost 500,000 troops liberating Poland. We cannot lose Poland. And this is just at the beginning of the first solidarity demonstrations. And to think that in that time, the Soviets, after years and years and years of dominance in the Warsaw Pact and enslavement of the Warsaw Pact, understood in the Kremlin that they now faced somebody and a force in which they could lose Poland is extraordinary, those minutes.
Extraordinary, and extraordinary considering when the Soviet Union left this planet and when the Pope is facing that. Carl Bernstein, stand by. We will continue our coverage of the grave illness of Pope John Paul II here on MSNBC after this.
You buy ginger ale at Walmart's everyday low prices. It arrived on a Walmart truck and traveled over 140 miles from a Walmart distribution center, where it was processed by over 1,000 Walmart associates and moved over 10 miles of conveyor, with over 230,000 cases that same day. Why send ginger ale through one of the most efficient distribution systems ever conceived? To keep prices low for you. And we're all proud to be a part of it.
How would you like to take all of your credit card debt and just toss it away? If you're a homeowner with too much debt or you just need cash, call or log on to Ditech.com. We're offering a low fixed-rate home equity loan with a flat fee of just $49 and no other closing cost, period. And you can borrow up to 100% of your home's value. Find out why so many other lenders are saying, lost another loan to Ditech. Log on or call 1-800-DITECH-1.
They've received tremendous publicity. The new Escape Hybrid is good for the environment and good for your wallet because it gets great mileage. And right now at Landmark Ford, we have them in stock for just $349 per month. Or choose a new Explorer 4x4 for less than $23,000. And of course at Landmark, you always get something more. Free tires for life. So see us today at Landmark Ford in Tigard, or just off I-5 at the Haines Street exit. Get more, spend less.
Hard Times. Home of the best rock videos on television. All of your favorite rock videos in one place. If you listen to rock radio, Hard Times is required viewing. If you're not watching, you're missing out. Experience Hard Times for yourself.
Continuing with our coverage of the very grave health condition of Pope John Paul II, I'm Keith Olbermann at MSNBC headquarters. NBC's Jim Masada has reported for us and debriefed us at length as the vigil goes on in St. Peter's in the early morning hours of the Roman Saturday morning. Let's go back out to Jim for the latest in the picture of the Pope's health. Good morning again, Jim.
Hi there again, Keith. Well, listening to you, looking around me here, I'm thinking it is a very unusual looking Saturday morning here, given the circumstances. The place around, and we're about a city block, as you might be able to decipher behind me, we're about a city block from St. Peter's Square, and the crowds, the cars, the traffic is just enormous. People feel like they have to be out, even if they're not amongst the 60 or 70,000 who are keeping that solemn vigil on St. Peter's Square. You have the sense that Romans themselves feel like they need to be out tonight. They feel very restless. And they feel like history is being made. Now, we have been monitoring various Italian media reports as well as Vatican reports. We can't give you anything new from our last update. We've been waiting for an Italian media report now for an hour and a half. It's been hours, in fact, since the official Vatican report. At that time, the Vatican was saying that blood poisoning was deteriorating his health even more, that it had been triggered by that urinary tract infection, was triggering systematic organ failure now, heart, lung, and kidney. He was, as you said earlier, on antibiotics. He continues to be on them. He's also taking oxygen, we understand, and he remains conscious. But it does seem now that he is resigned to his fate. Earlier today, he wanted Friday Christian prayers, of course, to be read to him, the Stations of the Cross, and specifically the third hour of the Stations, when the moment where Christ was taken off of the crucifix and the body brought to the tomb. So clearly a Pope, for obvious reasons, preoccupied with that stage, perhaps, in his own life. Sources, again, are few and far between for the past several hours. The reports have been few and far between as well. There is a suggestion, however, coming from some aides being leaked anonymously that it is now a question of hours. So we expect to be up along with everyone else here all night, and expect, again, unless there's a miracle, that this extraordinary man, whether you are Catholic or non-Catholic or atheist or what, this extraordinary man of the century is likely now to lose his life in the next number of hours. Keith?
And yet, Jim, the latest report we had out of the Vatican, the latest official report or leaked information was he was both conscious and alert. Is that correct?
He was conscious, he was alert, he was serene, he was on oxygen, but he was having trouble on oxygen, of course, because he was having difficulty breathing. He did manage to name 17 new bishops. We don't know to what extent, how aggressively he was involved in that, but clearly he was conscious enough to make that decision. But yes, that was the last, and now we're talking 5 or 6 hours ago, that was the last official report. There have been a number of unofficial reports generated by Italian television and radio. One, as you recall, saying that he was in a coma, denied by the Vatican. Shortly after that, that he in fact had rendered EKG and EEG monitors flat, that there was no response to brain or heart. That denied categorically also by the Vatican. They in fact said there were no such monitors in his apostolic apartment. So that's really where we are now. This contrast between the noise and the restlessness of thousands of people and cars here around the Vatican, and yet inside on St. Peter's Square, as you can see, a very solemn vigil, people waiting, people hoping, people looking up at that third floor window and praying for a miracle. Back to you, Keith.
NBC's Jim Maceda in Rome, right outside St. Peter's, part of the media vigil that goes along necessarily with the vigil of the world's Roman Catholics. We'll get back to Jim, certainly inside the next half hour. Approximately 1,070 million Catholics in the last Catholic census dealing with the year 2002, worried and concerned, and more than that, about a man who might be, to paraphrase the poet Hausmann, certainly not the runner whom the race outran. If he was God's athlete, he has continued to run this race. He continues to run it with extraordinary achievement and extraordinary tenacity, no matter the exact nature of his health at the moment. He has already exceeded so many expectations in that regard, not just in the last 2 months of health crisis, but dating back certainly to the assassination attempt in 1981. The reaction, as we said, around the world He is fairly consistent in the United States and the Catholic centers. There is no true Catholic center of the United States anymore. There are huge populations of the faithful in New York, in Chicago, in Los Angeles, where so many Mexican Americans and other Hispanics have repopulated the area and have brought back some of the original Spanish Catholic flavor to that community. And the cynic would say tonight that Washington, D.C. would be a faithless place because there are too many politicians living there. Not tonight, certainly. The Catholics in Washington, deeply concerned this evening. Our correspondent, Rosalind Jordan, joins us from Washington now. Rosalind, good evening.
And good evening to you, Keith. That's right. There are Catholics who live here in the Archdiocese of Washington, which was founded in the late 1930s. It used to be a part of the Archdiocese of Maryland, which of course was a haven for Catholics escaping persecution in Europe in the 1600s and 1700s. There was a Mass here that just wrapped up about 10 minutes ago, the daily 5:30 p.m. Mass. Cardinal Theodore McCarrick was not the celebrant at that Mass. He was, however, the celebrant at today's noontime Mass here at the cathedral. He did speak very briefly to reporters before the Mass, saying that it was his understanding, quote, the Holy Father is sinking. He also did spend some time talking with reporters after the service, where he talked about some of the lessons that the Pope has been teaching the world's people.
The Pope teaches us that human beings, as long as they're alive, have a certain dignity. One of the great lessons of this Holy Father, his two great lessons, I think, are his respect for life and his respect for the dignity of the human person.
Now, the evening service was perhaps fuller than the midday service. I saw many people who appeared to be coming straight from work to the 5:30 Eastern Time Mass, especially to pray for Pope John Paul II. They are saying that they feel it is their duty to extend a prayer on John Paul's behalf in his hour of need. Earlier today, the Cardinal talked about how the Pope has been able to reach out especially to Americans, to young Americans, because of his joie de vivre, his ability to enjoy the ordinary things of life. And he said that is what made him especially appealing to American Catholics. Keith?
One question, I don't want to make it sound like celebrity spotting, Rosalind, but we are talking about a city that is full of politicians and full of people essential to the government, and many of them are of the Catholic faith. Have we seen any visibility of anyone that would be recognizable within the government, or is that does that await some sort of resolution of this health crisis tonight?
Well, part of it is, there hasn't really been much in the way of official Washingtonians appearing at the masses today, Keith, and that's because for the most part, Congress is in recess for at least another several days, so many members of Congress are either on official trips overseas or are perhaps back in their home districts meeting with their constituents. President Bush has been keeping tabs of the situation at the Vatican. The U.S. does have a representative in Vatican City, and according to his spokesman, they are getting word about his ongoing prognosis, but there really hasn't been any celebrity spotting. What we've seen here today are ordinary people coming out in a show of faith in support of their pontiff.
And of course, not to imply that that makes it any less worthwhile nor any less newsworthy. Rosalind Jordan at St. Matthew's Cathedral in Washington. Great thanks. We'll check back with you later in the evening. Early this morning, 17 new bishops and archbishops were appointed, as we've been reporting to you. The resignations of 6 more were accepted. Vatican business conducted by Pope John Paul II himself. His health began its steady decline after a bout with the flu late in January, but his role as the leader of the world's Catholics and Vatican head of state has not corresponded in kind. Author Anthony Figueiredo was the personal assistant to John Paul II at meetings of the bishops from 1996 to 2001, now a professor of theology at Seton Hall University, and joins us here in the studio this evening. Good evening to you, sir.
Hello, Keith. How are you?
Does it surprise you, this news, that the Pope was conducting ordinary run-of-the-mill church business as late as this morning, Rome time?
No, it's completely in his character, Keith. He wants to leave the church in the state that he has built it up to be, and I believe a very strong church. I think we also have to understand that there are certain works which really only a pope can do. And one of those is the naming of bishops. And of course, those bishops are heads of dioceses. In some cases, I read, for example, one of the dioceses where a new successor was named was in Managua, in Nicaragua, and there is 1.8 million Catholics in that diocese. So to leave them without a bishop would really be a huge mistake. And so the Holy Father was really caring for his flock right to the end. There are other areas as well which only pertain to the Holy Father, such as teaching authority in certain matters. So I think he wanted to leave the Church, particularly at this time, in a good state, and that's why he's named those bishops to those dioceses.
Let's take advantage of your 5 years of working with him directly and your personal time with him. What stood out to you most about him, not merely as a leader of one of the world's great organizations, secular or religious, but as a man?
He was a very human man. I say this very, very often, that he knew how to reach the heart of every person. I remember, for example, when I took my parents there on their 40th wedding anniversary, I'm being personal,
yes,
but to his private apartment, and he spent time with them, blessing them, talking to them about their marriage. He didn't know them from Adam, but he truly wanted to really enter their lives and give them hope that they may continue in a good marriage. He was a man, I truly believe, that treated everyone, I think Dr. Bernstein said this very well, on a very same level. He treated a very simple person in the same way as he would treat a cardinal. He had time for everyone. Something that was spectacular about him is in large meetings with several different people, he would change languages. He always wanted to speak the language of the person he was addressing. And that takes somewhat of a genius to do that. He had a real sense of the dignity of every person, that every person was called, Keith, to something much, much greater. I mean, we're caught. He would say that we're caught between the clay we're made of and the stars we reach for. And he was always pushing people to discover more and more who they are, made, we believe, in the image and likeness of God, their great dignity. And therefore he had a special love for the weak, the poor, the suffering, the handicapped, the old. I think that is what has really kept him to this moment, because he believes it. He believes it for himself now, that the light of God, the love of God, still continues to shine upon him.
Father Figueiredo, if I'm harping on this, tell me that I'm doing so, and I'll drop the subject.
Sure.
But so often in the last few hours, I've been thinking about the extraordinary list of crises through which he passed, not easily, but he passed through all these things. I'm wondering, this spirit of being called, that all of us are called to something. Do we suppose, did you ever hear him talk about that being developed as a result of, once again, surviving the Nazis, surviving the truck that hit him, surviving the assassin's bullet, and surviving the Parkinson's? Did it predate that, do you suppose, or was it simply drawn out of him by all those experiences?
I really believe he's a man who is a product of his history. You know, he lost his mother when he was 9, he lost his brother when he was 12, he lost his brother when he was in his late teens. As you said earlier on, he was hit by a car, left to die when he was 24. He's lived under harsh totalitarian regimes. All of these have really influenced him enormously to value life. One of his great friends when he was in the seminary, Keith, suddenly one day he was in a clandestine seminary, and one day he arrived there and one of his friends wasn't there, his best friend. And his best friend had been taken to a concentration camp. And this Holy Father said, then I began to discover that God had a mission for me on this earth, just as he had a mission for my friend in the next life. And I really believe one of his great heroes was Mother Teresa of Calcutta. It's amazing how these two figures have really shaped the century, we believe, as Roman Catholics. And Mother Teresa would say something that I believe has spurred him on to the end: to live each day as if it were your first day, your last day, and your only day. And I believe, particularly, Keith, after that assassination attempt on May the 13th back in the early 80s, that he believed that God had given him a certain time, and he was to use that time to the full. He's even giving a witness of that now, Keith, in these last moments of his life. His bed of pain is one of the greatest pulpits he's ever preached from. He's giving us hope on how to suffer and on how to die graciously.
Father Anthony Figueiredo of Seton Hall University, the personal assistant to John Paul at meetings of the bishops from 1996 to 2001. We thank you, and we will be talking with you again, no doubt, within the hour.
Thank you, Keith.
The presumed final journey of Pope John Paul II resonating at this hour in the birthplace of Christianity. NBC's Martin Fletcher joining us now from Jerusalem. Good morning to you, Martin.
Hi, Keith. Well, here it's the middle of the night, of course, but people are still Christians. Some Christians in the street have gone to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre here in Jerusalem. It's behind me, by the way. You can't see it in the darkness, of course, but the people went there to pray. It turned out that the doors of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre were closed, in fact, and so they were not able to hold that mass that they were hoping in honor of this painful time for the life of John Paul II. So they've gone home. They're hoping to come back again tomorrow morning. But you know, it isn't only the Christians here who are looking at the events in the Vatican with such concern, because the Jews and the Muslims of this region too remember very fondly the visit of the Pope here in March 2000, which was a very dramatic breakthrough, in a sense, for the people of the region. It was on the one side a culmination of the personal dreams of the pontiff, who always said that he wanted to visit the Holy Land, but the political situation was not conducive to that. He wasn't the first pope, by the way. In 1964, his predecessor came here, but he was the first pope to come here after Israel occupied the West Bank and the Gaza Strip in 1967. So when he came here, the Jews, of course, the Israelis were pleased because it was a kind of recognition of their state, and the Palestinians were pleased also because he very strongly supported their ambitions for a state of their own. And when he was here in that time, in March 2000, a very personal journey for the Pope through the region, visiting 8 of the holy sites of Christianity. At the same time, we were visiting Palestinian refugee camps. Also, in his lifetime, he met Yasser Arafat 12 times, a dozen times, at a time when, of course, Israel was very upset with that, saying, you're meeting with a terrorist leader. But he said, no, I'm trying to encourage peace in the region. And when he came here in March 2000, that's very much what he did. Of course, the impact that he had politically may not have been very large, but emotionally he left a very strong sense here among Palestinians, among Jews and Muslims, that he really supports the cause of both of them and supported peace.
Martin, predict for me, if you would be so kind, whether that role in the Middle East healing process or peace process was indeed just symbolic, or has been. How will it be affected? We will lose this Pope, if not tonight, we will lose him at some short interval, no doubt. How will his departure and replacement affect that important symbol as the hopes for peace in the Middle East have surged in the last few months?
Well, I think the legacy of this giant man will be huge, but I think, in all honesty, one has to say that as I said earlier, the political impact of his hopes here, I have to say, have not been great. I mean, the Christians in the Holy Land have been suffering, caught between the struggle between the Muslims and the Jews. So, although his hopes and his wishes were have been hugely important, I don't think that the impact of those wishes was very great politically. But in the future, when one looks at what's happening now, where there really is a rebirth in hopes in the region, the peace process is just beginning. Still very early stages, of course, but still there is a change. There's very major changes here, and I think that those times that the Pope met with Yasser Arafat against all the desires and wishes of many other people, including at some points the American administration, the Israelis. They say Yasser Arafat, a terrorist leader, don't meet with him. He did. He insisted that this is the way forward. And now we're seeing that actually the peace process, which has been declared dead many times in the last couple of years during the violent Palestinian uprising against the Israelis over the last 4 years, peace process was declared dead, pretty much buried, and now it's alive again. So I don't think we can say this is because of the Pope, but clearly his wishes and his love for the people in the region, that it can't be discounted. I don't want to overestimate its impact, but certainly the facts on the ground today show that those who did not give up hope were correct. Of course, we don't know what's going to be in the future either, I must say, Keith.
And we can only divine from the past that he did so many similar things, even in Cuba against American wishes, with Russian leaders in the 1980s, with so many others, with the Polish leaders, as we talked about with Carl Bernstein before, the Polish leaders who became Solidarity right at the start of his papacy. In any event, NBC's Martin Fletcher from Jerusalem, great thanks for the update from there.
Thank you.
Throughout his time on the throne of St. Peter, John Paul II has worked to broaden the church's appeal, much to the point that Martin Fletcher just made, while tying it more firmly still to its most conservative roots. He rejected the left-leaning liberation theology that had been a major force in Latin American Catholicism. He appointed conservatives to top posts in the hierarchy. He never wavered on the moral teachings at the heart of the doctrine. Pat Buchanan is an MSNBC analyst, a former presidential candidate on the Reform Party ticket, and an author. Pat, good evening to you.
Good evening, Keith.
Whether he had been the Pope or a president or a prime minister somewhere, this has been some balancing act between two extremes within his constituency, has it not?
Oh, it certainly has. He is, of course, a towering religious figure and a political historical figure, but he's also presided over a church, Keith, which I believe is really like all other religions worldwide. The Catholic religion is splitting in a way, in a sense that any number of Catholics now do not share certain fundamental doctrinal beliefs that are integral to the faith, and yet they loved and admired the Pope. And the Pope, of course, was very orthodox on theology, and frankly, his passing is going to take away this unifying force and figure, I mean, whom some would say, well, I disagree with the Pope, but I love him and he's the pontiff. And the others would say the Pope is correct and he ought to speak out even more. And I think the churches could face, especially in the Western Europe and in the United States, a real crisis with the passing of the Pope.
Mm-hmm. We will obviously have never seen such speculation about a new Pope. It's truly the first succession of the era of instantaneous communication. So much of it has already started, although perhaps not in the mainstream press, but we have heard the new Pope will be from Africa. No, he will be from Latin America. No, he will have to be European because the Catholic base seems to have deteriorated in Europe. What should we be expecting, in light of what you just said, in terms of these philosophies of John Paul? Is the next one going to be picked for his similarities to him or for his differences from him?
No, I think I believe that the next Pope almost has to be Orthodox in the tradition of John Paul II. Cardinal Lorenzi of Nigeria is the one African candidate who's been talked about. No one believes an American has any chance. A lot of the discussion is about the cardinal in Venice, and there are others about the cardinal in Milan. Milan and Venice, Venice alone has given the papacy 3 popes in the 20th century. And Milan has given the papacy popes. So I think what most people are looking for, Keith, is for either one of the northern Italian cardinals, Milan, Genoa, or Venice, or even a possibility you hear of Cardinal Ratzinger, who, like John Paul II, incidentally at Vatican II, many considered John Paul II one of the liberals, one of the progressives there, along with Ratzinger at that time, Cardinal Ratzinger. But they've become, once they've moved into the very peak of the hierarchy, much more conservative and traditionalist. But there's no doubt that, I mean, the Holy Father is a great pope, but there's no doubt that the church in the West, Europe and the United States, is in deep crisis, and that crisis deepened even under the Holy Father.
It would seem, from the point of view of a layman, that the heart of the conflict between secular society and the Catholic Church, maybe for 100 years, maybe longer, we don't have records on things like this, it's speculation to begin with, has centered around the issue of birth control. Is that, John Paul II managed to keep the traditional position on that within the church, even as you said, as some people moved away from it. Some of the faithful moved away from it, but did not move away from him.
Exactly.
Is this going to suddenly become the first thing that the next pope has to deal with?
The next pope is going to have to deal with it, and he does not have, there's no Catholic who's under 30 years old that knows any other pope than John Paul II.
Indeed.
But you're right. You go back to, it's what in Catholic theology is modernism. It's the ideas that date to the French Revolution and how they were fought by the 19th century popes. And you're right. There are two great issues which divide the Holy Father in his beliefs and theology and his conviction from the mass of the American people and a huge mass of American Catholics. And one is his uncompromising position on the right to life from conception unto natural death. And we know all the issues involved there. And the other is basically morality having to do with sexuality. And the Pope is a profound traditionalist, and he argues dogma right from Thomas Aquinas, and he held to that, but there's no question that the country you and I grew up in, Keith, is a different country. I mean, it's a different country today. The country has moved further and further over here, whereas the Holy Father has not moved at all.
MSNBC's Pat Buchanan with insight on the Pope as a political figure and the Pope as leader and unifying factor in what may be a divided church in his absence. Pat, great thanks as always, sir.
Thank you, Keith.
If Pope John Paul I had reigned for 33 years and not 33 days, the man who in fact succeeded him would still have been a legend in Poland. Born in Waldowice, an underground resistant against the Nazis, the Bishop of Krakow, Karol Wojtyła had already become a hero before he became a pope. We go live now to Krakow in Poland, and our correspondent there is Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, good morning.
Hello, Keith. Here, the sense of sadness really is uniquely personal because, as you suggested, long before the world knew him as John Paul II, people in Krakow claimed him as their own, as a friend, a parish priest, a patriot, simply one of them. Paying respects at home, in the language of his youth, in the place where the Pope once lived before the Vatican, fellow Poles come together.
I feel that I should be here.
To reflect and remember.
It's, for us, it's like losing our best father who we love so much.
As Archbishop of Krakow, the man known then as Karol Wojtyła lived at this curia. A black cross nearly hidden in darkness stands in the window now. A reminder of how John Paul greeted his countrymen on 9 visits home as the Holy Father. Mixed with sadness here is pride and gratitude.
It's very sad because he was our hope, our light in this world.
Each return home was steeped in emotion, perhaps none more moving than his first visit as Pope in 1979. Only here could he be like any son, making a last visit at his parents' gravesite. Only here were his aspirations rooted. The young man friends called Lolik had a passion for theater and athletics. And only here could he be citizen and dissident. Scarred by the Nazi hold on Poland during World War II, later many say it was his voice in support of the Solidarity Union movement that toppled communism.
It has to be the fall of the Iron Curtain. The changes in Central Europe began to take place partly as a result of his election.
And you get a sense here of how deeply Catholic this country is. 95% of the people here, 95% of 38 million identify themselves as Catholics. And John Paul being the only Catholic Pope, you really see he has been at the intersection of faith and national pride for a very long time. Keith?
Kelly O'Donnell in Krakow, great thanks. It is impossible to recreate now, 26 and a half years later, how unlikely it was that a non-Italian would become the Holy Father. And now it is impossible to think of anyone else in that role. Our coverage of the grave illness of Pope John Paul II continues throughout the evening here on MSNBC as 7 o'clock Eastern Time, 2 o'clock Roman Time approaches.
Once he was the ultimate outsider, the second choice, to whom the chair of St. Peter came only after the lingering death of one venerable pope and the sudden passing of another only 33 days in the Vatican, whose election was not just unlikely, but inconceivable. The last time a non-Italian had become the Vicar of Christ, Michelangelo's ceiling of the Sistine Chapel had been complete for only 2 decades. Yet, for 26½ years, longer than all those who preceded him, save Pius V and Peter himself, he became not just the leader of the world's Catholics, but its spirit in a time of near total transition. Survivor of an assassin's bullet, tireless traveler, God's athlete, author and poet, politician in papal vestments who helped liberate his native country and who parlayed with countries foreign to him and even foreign to his church. A life fully led as Pope of 1,070,000,000 Catholics worldwide. A life taken in whole, as varied and as fulfilling and as full of wonder as could be imagined. A life after years of decline and 2 months of constant sickness that is tonight, by all indications, nearing an end. This is MSNBC's continuing coverage of the illness of Karol Wojtyła, the illness of Pope John Paul II.
2 minutes after 2 o'clock in the morning in Rome, and yet 70,000 or perhaps more people still fill St. Peter's Square, waiting for some news of the health of Karol Wojtyła, Pope John Paul II, for the 26th year, waiting to find out if he will live, continue to live for a while, perhaps in the wildest dreams recover, or if this is to be the final chapter in his extraordinary story. I'm Keith Olbermann of MSNBC at MSNBC headquarters. Let's go to Rome. NBC's Keith Miller, who has covered so much of this papacy, is near the Vatican covering what may be its approaching end. Keith, good morning.
Good morning, Keith. I should say good evening to you there. Still thousands of people here in St. Peter's Square, some of them singing for their Pope, others praying, many of them holding a silent vigil for their Pope. For people all over the world, it was a day of sorrow, sadness, and tears, as all of the medical bulletins coming out of the Vatican revealed John Paul II was losing his grip on life. From the Vatican, word that his blood pressure had fallen dangerously low, his kidneys failing, barely able to breathe. The Pope was informed that his condition was terminal. He chose not to return to the hospital.
Il Papa lucido.
The Pope's chief spokesman, near tears, said he had never seen the pontiff like this in 26 years. The bad news traveled fast and far. From the Pope's native Poland, his hometown Krakow, to the Philippines, to the holy city of Jerusalem. At the White House, they followed the news of the Pope's declining health closely.
President and Mrs. Bush joined people all around the world who are praying for the Holy Father.
Tens of thousands of the faithful descended on the Vatican to be near the Pope in his hours of need. But as the day progressed, the news only got worse. Quote, the general conditions of the Holy Father have further worsened. They have seen their religious leader hospitalized twice in the past 2 months, but today they seem to realize that their Pope was close to the end. Tonight, an unscheduled recital of the Rosary, inspired by the lights still glowing in the papal apartment. A Vatican official said the Pope had been, quote, lucid, fully conscious, and extraordinarily serene. And at times, as rumors of the Pope's death circulated, the crowds here fell silent. A silence felt round the world. The lights in the papal apartment still glowing bright tonight, Keith, with the Pope being attended to by his doctors, surrounded by his aides and the people who love him, and just about everybody awaiting some sort of word on what his medical condition is. Keith?
Keith Miller in Rome, let me ask you for your assessment. I don't mean to force anyone into a prognostication, but I'd like to take advantage of your many years covering this papacy and the transparency with which the Pope's health has been addressed in the last 2 months especially. Do you think that were he to pass away in these overnight hours in Rome, that the announcement would be made in the middle of the night, even if there are 70,000 people in the square, or would, for the symbolism simply that would ensue, would it be held out? Would this information be kept from the public until at least sunrise?
My speculation, and it's only that, Keith, is that the news would in fact be held back principally because there are some ceremonies that must be conducted. There are some formalities within the Vatican that must be observed. For instance, the Chamberlain here has to certify the death. The cardinals have to be called. There are world leaders who must be informed first before the general announcement. Also, as you mentioned, it's just a bit past 2 in the morning here. The numbers within the square have dwindled, some still thousands of people here. But I would suspect we wouldn't hear about the death of the Pope until sunlight. All that being said, because of the transparency that we've had from the Vatican in the past 24 hours, it is now leaking like a sieve, and there is the danger, of course, that John Paul could pass away in the middle of the night and somebody would leak that information. So they could be forced to say what has happened, even though they may want to wait.
And when leaked information suggested just that 5 or 6 hours ago, the Vatican was quick to deny it, and that transparency that we both talked about has truly been in place. So we'll see. There are two competing forces here, indeed. Keith Miller at Vatican City with the latest on the Pope's condition and the prospects of us finding out more about it. Great thanks. We'll be checking back with you shortly. Thank you. Let's bring Carl Bernstein back in, the author of His Holiness John Paul II and the Hidden History of Our Time, and of course the Pulitzer Prize-winning reporter and author. Carl, let me get your opinion first off on this question that I just asked Keith Miller and asked Jim Maceda earlier. With this media-savvy Pope, with this Pope who reportedly was once asked in the last couple of years by an associate, how is your health, Holy Father? And he was supposed to have answered without missing a beat. I don't know. I haven't read the papers yet. What would his instructions be? Would there in fact be instructions from him about when to make this announcement public, when the announcement needs to be made?
I don't know, quite honestly. His assistant for matters of the press is an immensely powerful man, probably the most powerful layman in the Catholic Church, Joaquin Navarro Valles. He'll be managing the announcement with the Secretary of State of the Vatican and with the Pope's personal secretary, who's been his personal secretary for so long, Archbishop Jivish. I think there obviously is a preference to wait until daybreak if indeed the Pope has died or if he dies during the night. But as you say, it might not be possible, but I think they would certainly try to make that possible if they could do it.
I mentioned this, and we heard it said in a couple of other places that it is impossible, certainly for anyone under the age of 25, probably under the age of 30, maybe even under the age of 35, including the most ardent and faithful of Catholics, to envision anyone else as Pope. Can you in any way, for the benefit of those particularly, recreate the extraordinary unlikelihood in 1978 that this of all men would become Pope and then become the third longest serving one?
It's an if history question. You never know what's going to happen with history, and this is certainly one of those examples. And there was very little suggestion except among those inside the conclave that elected him that he would be elected. It took several ballots before he pulled in front of the other candidates. Interestingly enough, the American Church had a lot to do with his election. He was very close to Cardinal Kroll of Philadelphia, a Polish American, and Cardinal Kroll lobbied very effectively for Votila's election. But the idea of a non-Italian Pope was a very radical one, and the idea of a Pope who would challenge the Soviet Empire as no Pope. You know, the Catholic Church had been locked in struggle with the communists since the time of Lenin. And yet to have a communist a Pope from a communist country who with great subtlety engaged, unlike his predecessors, the Soviet Empire, was unthinkable. You know, he is a leader like all great leaders, a man of great mystery. And a lot of what he did in mysterious ways. And one of those things is that we look at him now almost as if no controversy existed about him. Well, of course, as Pat Buchanan, who grew up in a parish across town from where I did in Washington, and I, of course, come from a different faith, but I grew up in a St. Anne's parish in Washington, that if you remember something about what Catholicism is like in America, that most Catholics in America do not subscribe to his teachings of the perennial theology when it comes to matters of sex, contraception. They disagree with him on many of these matters, and indeed throughout the world. There's another great area of disagreement, and that is the Catholic Church is it is an institution that cares for more refugees than any in the world, cares for more people in hospitals than any institution in the world, educates more people through its schools than any institution in the world. And then you look at Africa, where AIDS is just wiping out a huge percentage of the population, and you see that the Catholic Church is the single institution with an infrastructure that might be able to do something about AIDS, and it cares for more AIDS victims than any other institution. Well, there are many people in the church and outside the church that believe that the ban on contraception has made it more suffering for many Africans, or for thousands of Africans, and this has made him a controversial pope. And in our recognition of his greatness, and he is really one of the great figures of the 20th century, we shouldn't forget these areas of controversy so that we can look at the texture of his pontificate, the texture of his remarkable life. And one of the things that's so remarkable is this consistency of philosophy about the dignity of the human person, beginning with contraception and extending through death. But there is great disagreement, we should note, in the church and outside of it, and particularly in the West, about this notion of the period from contraception to birth, and particularly the idea that contraception is banned under current Catholic theology, and interestingly enough, largely because of Karol Wojtyla. His predecessor, Pope, not immediate predecessor, but Pope Paul VI had a commission that examined the question of contraception, was about to relax or end the church's ban on contraception, and Wojtyla, who was very close to Paul VI, convinced Paul VI to go against the recommendations of his own commission and maintain the ban on contraception. And I think that too is something that is an area of controversy. And also remember that very much this is a third world church. 75% of the Catholics, of the billion Catholics in the world, live in the third world. And the Pope, who is not a modernist, who has spoken against the evils of modernity, who has spoken of what he calls moral relativism of our age as a scourge, that many Catholics and non-Catholics don't agree with this view, but yet he saw the real future of this church in terms of the growing number of faithful in the third world.
And as you said, in a kind of political activism that, as much as any of his doctrinal positions have been conservative and traditional, the political end of it has been perhaps unprecedented. Why him? Was it because he had to hide from the Nazis and Paul VI and Pius and all the others didn't have to hide from aggressors, worldwide aggressors? It was that it? Why him?
I don't think we know the exact reason. He was somewhat apolitical as a young man. The Spanish Civil War, the great run-up to World War II, he pretty much took no position on, and yet ultimately sided with the pro-Franco bishops, the fascist church in Spain, and yet at the same time, when the Nazis invaded his own country, never forget that above perhaps all else beside his relationship to Christ, he is a Pole.
Yes.
And Poland has been invaded, run over time and time again, and the Catholic Church has been the institution that has represented the real Poland. And when the Nazis overran Poland when he was a young man, he did go into hiding. He then became a kind of prisoner of the Nazis, forced to work in a quarry with a pickaxe breaking rock, finally managed to get out of that job and go into a boiler room where he could read his books, which he vastly preferred. He still wasn't sure that he was going to be a priest. He had been an actor, had trained to be an actor, but interestingly enough, his acting came in a theatrical troupe that was dedicated to resistance to the Nazis through Christ. Not through armed struggle, but through Christ. And that at that point, he chose his vocation in the church. But he very much, unlike, you ask, well, why was he different? One reason he's different is he grew up in a secular environment. He went to public school. He went to school with Jewish kids. A number of his best friends were Jewish. He had a crush on a Jewish girl when he was a teenager who lived in the housing complex that he lived in. In the writing of His Holiness, we talked to her. She lives in Israel today. And then you see the other end of that when you see him as Pope become the first Pope to enter the synagogue in Rome, the first Pope to go back to Auschwitz, and of course Auschwitz is less than 100 miles from his birthplace in Wadowice. So he is very much a product of his immediate life. And also you look at the views on women, you look at the views on sexuality, on abortion. His mother was a sick woman, frail mentally, frail physically. She had been told that she should not conceive another child, that conception and pregnancy might kill her. And I think there's some evidence that Wojtyla believed that is why she died, because she conceived him. Does that figure in his Marianism? Does that figure in his mysticism? He's indicated that it does. And one last point is about his mysticism. The notion of a mystic is someone who feels a direct connection to the Holy Spirit. And that has existed since he was a young man. Beginning in his 20s and through his papacy until he could no longer walk, he each day would lie down on the cold marble floor for 20, 30, 40 minutes with his arms extended in the form of the cross, face down, to commune with Christ as he saw it. When he was shot, he believed his life was saved by the intervention of the Virgin of Fatima, whose birth date was on the date he was shot. He went to the statue of the Virgin of Fatima in Portugal, took the bullet that had pierced his body and put it in her crown. This is a true mystic. So this is a life unlike anything that we've seen, and it also is a life that harkens back to a pre-modern, as Pat Buchanan indicated, time.
And a life that if you tried to make it up, no one would believe it for a moment. Carl Bernstein, the author of His Holiness John Paul II and the Hidden History of Our Time. We'll be back with you shortly. Let's recap briefly at 18 minutes past the hour of 2 a.m. in Rome. And whether or not that would affect any announcement, even an update on the health of the Pope, is speculative, but perhaps informedly so. The health of the man who is the 264th, 265th, or 266th Pope, depending on which list you subscribe to, reported as very grave, but conscious and serene, suffering from septic shock, from failure of the heart, from the kidneys failing. A spokesman for the Vatican, or a vicar rather, not a spokesman, let me correct that, a vicar speaking off the record, suggesting it's a question of hours. Another saying that this evening Christ will open the door to the Pope. A report that his heart had failed briefly overnight last night. And the vigil continues at 2:19 in the morning, although down clearly. Space is now evident in that picture of Vatican City, of St. Peter's that you see there. We had reports of well over 50,000, perhaps 60,000, maybe 70,000. Now it seems to be thinning out. Perhaps there will be an announcement in the next few minutes, in the next few hours. There was an announcement or a report now more than 3 hours ago that said that something would be happening shortly, that we'd be hearing something from the Vatican about the Pope's health. Nothing has ensued. The lights are still on in the papal apartments. The story continues. And for all that we know, the life of Pope John Paul II continues. Our coverage of his health crisis will continue in a moment here on MSNBC.
Open the windows. Clear the air. It's time to shed some light on energy. It isn't a dark science. Energy is the power to generate brilliant solutions for your business. Energy is constellation energy. And we are ready to show you some very real results.
If you decide to quit smoking, you're not alone. Quitting is hard, but millions of people have succeeded. To help you find your own way, get a free copy of the Quit Assist Resource Guide. It points the way to expert quitting information, websites, guides, quit lines, what has worked for others, and more. It could help you find your own path to success. Quit Assist, a free resource from Philip Morris USA. Call or log on.
I'm Daniel.
I'm Belle. I work for Earthlink.
I work on Scam Blocker.
I work on Spyware Blocker for you.
Scam Blocker blocks and helps identify online scams.
Spyware Blocker helps keep your identity safe.
At Earthlink, we really do work for you. And to prove it, we're going to let you decide who deserves an office. Me?
Or me?
Vote for Daniel.
Vote for Belle.
More speed, more security. Call now or go online to get a great deal on Earthlink High Speed and to decide which of your hardworking Earthlink employees deserves a new office. Earthlink. We revolve around you.
To help your business succeed, at UBS, we give you all the resources you'd expect of one of the world's most highly awarded global investment banks. But to understand what your business really needs, we bring something more to the table. We work with you, like it's the world's most powerful two-person financial firm. You and us, UBS.
If you're just joining us, we continue to await further word on the health of Pope John Paul II. There have been no updates for several hours. He is said to be gravely ill, perhaps near meeting death, but there is no official word suggesting that that is in fact imminent or when we will even hear anything further officially. In the interim, the reaction around the world obviously continues. With its modern influx of immigrants from Mexico and Latin America, Los Angeles has become one of the great Catholic centers of the Western world. Meanwhile, it was just last May that a delegation from Chicago, including its cardinal, had an audience with the Pope at the Vatican. There are 378 Catholic parishes in that great city, and they claim 2.3 million of the faithful. And, of course, ready access to not just institutions of the faith in the city, like Loyola University, but also to one of the symbols of the Catholic Church in this country, Notre Dame University, just an hour and a half to the east in South Bend. We'll have two reports now. In a moment, we'll go to Los Angeles and the latest on the reaction there. But first, let's go to Chicago as the faithful pray for the health of Pope John Paul II and our correspondent, Kevin Tibbles. Kevin, good evening.
Good evening. I am standing outside one of the parishes that you have just mentioned, a very faithful parish to a very special person, one who came here to visit them twice at the parish of the Five Holy Martyrs. Pope John Paul came here first in 1969 as a cardinal, and then again in 1979 as the Pope. And the people who are here this evening, who are coming here, there are several masses scheduled tonight to pray for the Pope. People coming and going are saying that yes, indeed, he is their spiritual leader. And of course, as you just mentioned, Keith, this city has a tremendous Polish population. But they also look to him as a man of the people. And of course, we can all recall the Pope's hand in the Solidarity movement, for example, the Pope's hand in the fall of communism. And of course, Polish Americans, Polish families living in this neighborhood where I'm speaking to you from would have been very involved in these two movements, sending support perhaps financial or spiritual or otherwise, back to the homeland in order to assist in the fall of communism, and that is something that the Pope also played a very big role in. How much is he revered here? Well, of course, the street that I'm standing in front of is now called Pope John Paul II Drive, and the school that is attached to this parish is called Pope John Paul II School. So he is obviously a very revered and very remembered here. If we could move on to the inside of the church, because it is such a very special shot on this evening. There is a prayer service going on inside, and then inside the church is a statue of Pope John Paul II, the person that some 2 million Catholics in this town of Chicago are praying for tonight. Keith?
Kevin Tibbles in Chicago, great thanks. As to Southern California and Los Angeles in particular, if the Catholic faithful there is increasing in number, it's merely returning to the community's roots. It was Franciscan monks from Spain, led by Father Junipero Serra, who founded and originally ran the missions and the region in the 1770s and 1780s that became the cities of Southern California, many of them long since incorporated into Los Angeles itself. As the faithful there grieve for the illness of Pope John Paul II, we go to MSNBC's Mark Mullen. Mark, good evening to you.
Good evening to you, Keith. Los Angeles is the home to the largest number of Catholics in the entire country. The Archdiocese of Los Angeles, comprised of some 4.2 million Catholics, almost 30,000 of whom came to pay their honors and respects for a Pope John Paul still living, but obviously still struggling, in a mass earlier today. We got the chance to ask some folks why they wanted to come, why it was so important for them to be here. Here's one interview we had with a woman a bit earlier.
I'm concerned about two things. Primarily is his health, and it's just to acknowledge to the fact that most likely he's not going to be our light for Catholics anymore. And second, it's not knowing who his successor is going to be, because I came to pray for that mainly because I know he's in good hands.
People here have a great respect for the Pope for a couple of reasons, not only because he is the leader of the Catholic Church, but also there's a very personal connection here. Los Angeles also was the place where the Pope in 1987 came to visit and did two sort of Hollywood-style masses, Keith. One in Dodger Stadium and another at the LA Coliseum. People here and around the world continue to pray for the Pope. Back to you.
Mark Mullen in Los Angeles, great thanks. We're going to go back to Rome in a few moments to get the latest if there have been any changes on the health of John Paul II, and we'll also get the latest from one of the American Catholics who, not unlike the Pope, have managed to combine religion and politics, Father Robert Drinan of Georgetown University and formerly of the United States Congress. That's when our coverage here on MSNBC of the health of Pope John Paul II, the grave crisis at the Vatican, continues after this.
I was about 17. I started Fry Farms. I sold our first load of pumpkins to a local Walmart. One by one, my brothers came home from college to join me in the business. 10 years later, we're selling millions of cantaloupes, watermelons, and pumpkins that can be found in Walmart stores across the nation. The business that we do with Walmart affects our growers and suppliers in a positive way. As we grow with Walmart, so do these other companies. Walmart has helped build the foundation for a great business. It makes me feel great. I love it.
Adaptive headlights, designed to anticipate what lies ahead. Unsurpassed 335 horsepower, designed to leave all others behind. The luxury sedan, designed to outperform. Introducing the all-new M from Infiniti.
Global web entrepreneur Neville Smithington viewed excess healthcare costs with the same contempt as an overweight alloy on an Aston Martin. Forthwith, when self-directed insurance became available, Neville goosed the throttle, leaving the aging artifice of traditional healthcare to eat his dust. Vroom, vroom, HSA. Rome. The Regent's Health Savings Account. Take charge healthcare, but take charge people.
Portland shockwave. Some girls were meant to play football.
Quoting here, this evening or this night, Christ opens the door to the Pope. That from the Pope's Vicar General for Vatican City, Angelo Comastri, forgive me. The Pope reported to be conscious and serene, but his breathing shallow, his heart failing, his kidneys failing, in septic shock, at least at some point this afternoon, a blood disorder caused initially by perhaps the high fever, but certainly by the infection of the urinary tract that took him over not even 36 hours ago, but now it is considered that it is a question of hours until the end of the life of Karol Wojtyła, Pope John Paul II. I'm Keith Olbermann of MSNBC. We are continuing our coverage on the health crisis, awaiting some word from the Vatican as thousands watch there and wait as we do. It is a worldwide vigil. It is a worldwide vigil not by just the media, but by 1,070,000,000 Catholics, according to the last church census at the end of 2002, and goodness knows how many others of other faiths or of no faith who have simply been intrigued and in many cases inspired by this man who has, as if a pope needed to transcend the papacy to make himself important, has transcended his papacy. We've mentioned already this pope's tenure, 26 years, 5 months, nearly 3 decades that have afforded him the privilege of appointing nearly every single cardinal in the college, the body from which will come the man to succeed him. The mechanics of that process, centuries old, but the practicalities, the issues that will face the next vicar of Christ are another matter entirely. Father Robert Drinan is a professor of law at Georgetown University, also a former U.S. congressman. He's joining us now. Father Drinan, thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
This pope arguably took a relatively modern approach, but not a modern point of view, if that distinction can be successfully made. Will the conclave, most of whose members were appointed by John Paul II, will they remain keeping with his kind of philosophy, or will they be looking for someone with a different sensibility?
Well, I'm not certain how that'll come out. As Catholics, we say that the Holy Spirit will guide all of those that have a vote. But I think that they'll clearly think that it's time for a non-European pope. For 2,000 years, the church has been localized, if you will, in Europe. And with globalization everywhere, a non-European pope would change the face completely of what that is done. But before we even get to that, we should celebrate the enormous things that this pope has done. And one of them that should be welcome to everybody is changing the relations to the Jewish community entirely. He saw the Holocaust, and that he came to Rome, and he recognized Israel as a state. He visited with them, and the entire Jewish community around the world would say that this pope has had the best relations with the Jewish community of any previous pope. He also created, if you will, some new theology. He condemned the death penalty. And the Catholic Church has always favored, or at least allowed, the death penalty. And he has said in very clear terms that the Catholic Church forbids the death penalty under all circumstances. He's done some other remarkable things. He has canonized more saints than all the predecessor popes put together. And he stands for integrity against war. Everyone recalls that he sent a very important cardinal from Rome to visit with President Bush and urge him, exhort him, plead with him not to go to war in Baghdad. And the president disregarded that advice. But the Pope feels very strongly that hardly any war can ever be justified again after Vatican II. And the Pope did something remarkable that no other previous Pope had done. He apologized to the whole world for all of the terrible things that the Catholic Church has done through the centuries, like the Crusades and the Inquisition and the persecution of the Jews. That stands as a legacy that will never die.
And the apology to Galileo, I always come back to that as an extraordinary moment, a little late perhaps, but that it happened was because that was one of the first things he worked on. Now, you said the prospect of a non-European pope to succeed him whenever that day arrives, if it is tomorrow or 15 days from now or 15 years from now, goodness, who knows. But the other thing that perhaps he's responsible for, it was 25, 26 years ago, it was impossible to consider of a non-Italian pope, let alone a non-European pope. So did he create that
opportunity that we're seeing now by simply succeeding so greatly in his position? And did he, by being, to some great degree, a political pope, did he create that aspect of the position for his successors?
Well, he could, except that the bulk of the Catholic Church is not really in the third world, the people that are important in the universities. No one knows. If he did, however, or if the cardinals did elect a non-European, it would change the face of the church completely. It's always been thought of as a Western institution, as European. And in China and India, if they were a non-European pope, they'd have to think again, what do we think of Christianity, and particularly the Catholic Church? I don't know what that's going to happen. It may be that the cardinals will be cautious and say, let's go back to some Italian pope who would be cautious and keep all of the traditions. They have to know that there's a profound alienation among millions of Catholics. That might not be the fault of this pope. It's a very secular, materialistic world. But I deal with young people all of the time, and it's fair to say that those under 30 do not regularly follow some of the Catholic traditions, and we have to look to them. I don't know what's going to happen, but everybody around the world is praying now that we get a successor who have the vision of this man who may be dying.
Let me put it in another sense, that the possibility of someone with such vision who could make, if not a compromise with the secular world, the kind of recognitions of the realities of the secular world that the Pope did in making the apologies that you enumerated so eloquently, is that prospect by itself the result of this Pope's 26 years as the Vicar of Christ? Could we not even be conceiving of adjustments to the modern world? Would we be looking at a church that was headed for a train crash against the increasing secularism?
Well, no one knows exactly what the cardinals are going to say. They virtually all of them were appointed by the Polish Pope, and they're conservative in theological things. But I've met many of these bishops and the cardinals, and they're progressive. They believe in Vatican II, and they believe that we have to combine the service of faith and the promotion of justice, and they are inseparable. They also believe that the people in the Philippines and in Latin America, they're the heart of the church. About 1/3 of all the Catholic Church exists in Latin America, and they should not be Europeanized, if you will. If they feel that about the colonial power, they did that, and that it would be sensational if a pope from the Orient or from Asia or from Latin America became the pope.
Father Robert Drinan, professor of law at Georgetown University, formerly and famously a U.S. congressman. A great pleasure to speak with you, sir. Thank you. As we have promised you, we have been awaiting, as those people you see in the picture of St. Peter's Square have been awaiting all night there, overnight there, in the damp, in the cool air of Rome at the beginning of April 2005, waiting for some further word on the health of John Paul II. We will go to Rome in a moment for the latest on the condition of John Paul II, gravely ill tonight, as MSNBC's coverage continues after this.
At AIM, we sell through financial professionals, and one of the reasons we do that is financial investing can be very complicated, and what happens is people get scared in the process, and when you're scared, you don't always make good decisions. I think when you work with AIM, the thing that you get, number one, is a complete menu of what an investor would want. Today, things are different. You can't be cookie cutter. You need to diversify.
Consider investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses carefully. For this and other information, obtain a prospectus from your advisor and read it thoroughly before investing.
It's allergy season, Mole. Time to choose an allergy medicine. Pick one of those. You could be suffering again in 6 hours. Oh no, Allegra 180! It lasts 4 times longer!
Why would I even consider those others?
One dose of most OTC allergy medicines may not last as long as you want, but just one Allegra 180 lasts up to 4 times longer than one dose of most OTC allergy medicines. Long-lasting Allegra's still working! For people 12 and over, side effects are low and may include headache, cold, or backache. Allegra works around the clock! Long-lasting Allegra. The relief goes on.
Sharp multifunction products transform the office by adding enhanced color to your documents. Then Sharp technology doubled your productivity by scanning 2-sided documents in a single pass. Now Sharp's data security kit is transforming the office again by preventing unauthorized access to information while keeping sensitive digital documents from falling into the wrong hands.
The Sharp Digital Imager series. All the productivity you want, all the document security you need.
Click on Alamo.com now to enter the Alamo.com Family Vacation Sweepstakes. If you've wanted to take a Disney vacation, this is the perfect time during Disney's happiest celebration on Earth. Alamo is giving away 300 family vacations to Walt Disney World Resort or Disneyland Resort, including 5 days, 4 nights, round-trip airfare for 4, hotel accommodations, park tickets, and rental car. Just visit Alamo.com for a chance to celebrate 50 years of magic at Disney Parks. Alamo.com, the official website of the American Vacation.
It has been over 5 hours since we've had official word from the Vatican on the condition of Pope John Paul II, said to be gravely ill. Covering for us in the overnight hours at Vatican City is NBC's Jim Maceda, who joins us once again covering this vigil at its epicenter. Jim, good morning again.
Hello again, Keith. Well, that's right. It has been over 5 hours now since an official Vatican report, and also it's been a number of hours since an unofficial news bulletin. One senses now, and we are 20 to 3, quarter to 3 now in the morning, our time, that they're trying to avoid the kind of war of news bulletins, if you will, that was going on earlier. There was, as you recall, a series of false alarms. The Italian media had reported that the Pope had fallen into a coma, then that he in fact had died because those EKG and EEG monitoring machines come up flat, come up zero. In fact, those machines weren't even in his room, according to the Vatican. There was this toing and froing going on that was making reporting this obviously extremely frustrating as well. That seems to have stopped. Over the past number of hours now, we've received nothing from the Italian media, nothing from the Vatican. There may be a sense of wanting to prepare the world now for the demise of the Pope. The last bulletin, and that, as you say, was about 5 hours ago, from the Vatican said that the Pope was failing rapidly, that he was gravely ill, that his high fever that struck him on Thursday had turned into what they were calling a septic shock, a blood poisoning, if you will, of the whole system, and that had led to kidney failure and heart failure. That's where it remains now. We're out here waiting just as 60 to 70,000 individuals are on that St. Peter's Square. Keith, back to you.
NBC's Jim Maceda, many great thanks. This evening or night, Christ opens the door to the Pope, said Angelo Camastri, the Vicar General of Vatican City. In fact, he told that crowd you see there of at least at some point 70,000. Doesn't appear to be that many now. It's hard to estimate looking as you are into a television set of a scene thousands of miles away. But that is what that crowd was told early in the evening. How quickly the demise of a pope who has seemingly survived everything, what quickly means in that context might not be the same thing as quickly would mean in the life of any other human being facing the final chapter at the moment. This is a resilient, extraordinary human specimen. But the Pope is, quote, on the verge of death. The word from the head of the Vatican's healthcare office earlier tonight, and still at this hour, as you just heard Jim Maceda report, that is about all we know. Thousands in St. Peter's Square, millions more, perhaps billions more worldwide, continuing to await some further word that may not come till sunrise, Vatican time. In the interim, we turn now to one of the leading authorities on Roman Catholic theology, himself a confidant of John Paul II, and an NBC News analyst, George Weigel. Mr. Weigel, good evening. Thank you for your time.
Hi, Keith. Nice to be with you.
Your thoughts on the Pope's condition tonight and this remaining steadfastness at even this hour?
What strikes me, Keith, is how remarkably appropriate all this has been for the last 6 or 7 weeks. We've just completed the great penitential season of the church year, Lent. We've celebrated the great feast of Easter. The Pope led the church through Lent, not so much by his writing, not so much by his teaching, but by his example. And were the Pope to die tonight or tomorrow morning, on what the church still considers Easter. Easter for Catholics lasts 7 days, indeed 8 days, Sunday to Sunday. That would be, it seems to me, a most fitting conclusion to this most remarkable pontificate.
I must ask you your opinion. I've asked the reporters in the scene, those like Keith Miller who have covered
this Pope for so long, and you knowing him and having also essentially been a reporter on the subject, with his uncanny and 21st century understanding of the importance of media, as I presume from his perspective, as a tool, as a function of faith, would they really come out and say, if he were to pass away in the middle of the night in Rome, would they really say it right now, or would they wait until the morning?
I really don't know, Keith, and I think anyone who says they know is simply speculating. The Pope's use of the media was not so much calculating as sensible. This was a modern man who understood that just as St. Paul went to the Hill of the Areopagus in Athens to talk it out with the philosophers of Greece, modern-day St. Paul's, and Paul was, of course, his second name, John Paul, had to go to all of what he called the Mars Hills of the modern world. And certainly the great communications revolution that has swept the world in the last 50 years is one of those places where the world meets to hash things out. He wanted to be there, he wanted the church to be there, and he wanted the church to be there with a message of hope and confidence in the human future. This is a man who was constantly looking into the future as he described himself at the UN in 1995, a witness to hope.
I want to ask you a question about a part of the legacy that seems so obvious that I don't even know if it's being brought up. For those who remember the last time we had a papal death, they necessarily remember the one that preceded it because it was only about 45 days, these two deaths apart. There was even an awful but a telling joke on Saturday Night Live when Bill Murray reported, as the mock newscaster, reported the passing of Pope John Paul I and looked at the other news reporter, a fake news reporter, and said, "We did this story a couple of months ago." That's how unstable things were in terms of the longevity of Pope John Paul I. Is perhaps John Paul II's greatest legacy stability, that we went from 3 popes in 1978 and a pope, an assassination attempt in 1981, to instead having, rather than a quick turnover again, instead having the 3rd longest serving pope?
I think that longevity gave the Pope the opportunity to be what he in fact was and what is his greatest legacy. This man was the great Christian witness of the last quarter of the 20th century, the man who pointed the church and the world into a new century and a new millennium, confident that the church still had something of importance to say to the world. You know, Keith, with one of your last guests, you were talking about secularism and the secularization of the world. Well, the truth of the matter is most of the world isn't secularized and isn't becoming secularized. The secularized parts of the world are Western Europe, Canada, and a few zip codes in the United States. The rest of the world is vibrantly, boisterously religious. It's the secularization that needs explaining, not vibrant religious faith. This Pope thought he could bring a vital Catholicism both to that religiously sensitive majority of the world and to a secular world which he believed was, in a sense, dying of boredom, was boring itself to death because it had so shortened the horizon of human aspirations that life was becoming just one damn thing after another. That's part of his legacy, it seems to me. The attempt to speak both to peoples of Africa, Latin America, Asia, with their profound and deep-set religious traditions, but also an attempt to make the Christian faith vital again in those parts of the world where people had become somewhat tone-deaf to the message of the gospel.
NBC News analyst and authority on the Pope, and on this Pope in particular, George Weigel, great thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Whether or not we speak of his legacy, this pontificate is not at an end. We are still waiting. The vigil still continues, not merely to find out about the continuing health crisis, the supposed near-death experience of John Paul II at this hour, but even for an update, which was unofficially promised,
at least 4 hours ago. It has not come. Our coverage, though, will continue. We wait as if we were in St. Peter's Square. You are watching MSNBC.
The great ones elevate their performance on the biggest stages with the highest stakes. They're able to summon something extra and by sheer will produce wonders. As a global energy leader, expect big things from ConocoPhillips and watch our performance elevate.
In the mood for something different? How about Levitra? Ask your doctor if Levitra's right for you. It's the best way to experience that difference.
Ask about a free sample. Ask about Levitra. Levitra, when it counts.
You need to get 5,000 brochures to the trade show, 200 personalized letters mailed, and update the training manuals. From printing and mailing to document services, turn to PIP to turn down the stress. PIP, easing the pain of business.
A moment like this, some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this. Some people search forever for that one special kiss. Oh, I can't believe it's happening to me. Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this.
Call a preferred sandals specialist at 1-866-SANDALS.
What you wish you could do in real life,
Can I see it in red again?
now you can do at the all-new, completely redesigned VHIX.com. The all-new VHIX.com. Roadmap to the automotive world.
It is no exaggeration to say that this is a scene that is being repeated thousands of times, tens of thousands of times throughout the world tonight. One of the rare news stories, one of the rare events of this or any other time in which an image from Chicago and Zimbabwe may be exactly identical. That is at the Church of the Five Holy Martyrs in Chicago, a vigil, a prayer service, a mass for Pope John Paul II, said to be gravely ill by the Vatican, said perhaps to be having the door opened for him by Christ. And that takes us from Chicago to Jerusalem, where, well, first to Vatican City, to St. Peter's Square. At one point this evening, this overnight, 7 minutes before 3 a.m. Roman time, there were 70,000 people estimated in that square, a place in which crowd estimates are pretty good. They had to do it rather a lot. 70,000 was the number. Looks like less now. Looks like people are not expecting an answer right now, but they have been wondering all night since the last official statement 5 hours ago that it was a question of hours. No one said how many. And this, as we keep repeating, is a man who will not go gently into that good night. And now to Jerusalem. Martin Fletcher of NBC News has been gathering reaction there at the place of the birth of Christianity and joins us again. Martin, good morning.
Hi, Keith. Well, it's the middle of the night here, and the few Catholics who were gathering at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre behind me, you can't see it in the darkness, but the doors were closed tonight. Catholics had gone there hoping to take part in a prayer mass. It didn't take place. They're going to come back in the morning when we see what the news is from the Vatican. But you know, here it's not only the Christians, the Catholics, who are looking with concern towards the Vatican, because this Pope John Paul II has left a very strong, indelible impression not only with the Christians here in the Holy Land, but with the Jews and the Muslims. He made it part of his life's mission to reach out to the other faiths in the world, and that was certainly reflected here when the Pope came here in his journey, his pilgrimage, what he called his personal pilgrimage in March 2000 when he visited the Holy Land, only the second pope to do so after the foundation of the State of Israel. In 1964, his predecessor came to visit here, but after 1967, when Israel conquered the West Bank and Gaza Strip, and it became a very politically explosive issue whether or not the Pope came. No, the Pope did not come until March 2000. When he did, he warmed the hearts of the Israelis and also of the Palestinians. And on the Palestinians, the Pope has long been a champion of their cause for a Palestinian state. He met their leader, Yasser Arafat, 12 times, even while the Israelis said, don't do that. Yasser Arafat is a terrorist. The Pope said, no, this is the way forward. We must talk peace with everybody, and this is a necessary thing. And so he met with what Israel called the terrorist leader, Yasser Arafat, 12 times. And then when he did come to the Holy Land, he then supported also very strongly the case of Israel. Of course, he's always done that, by the way. He grew up with Jews, of course, at home in Poland, played soccer with his Jewish friends there, and that's something that has stayed very, very close to the heart of Pope John Paul II. He was, of course, the Catholic leader who, for the first time, made the official statement that the Jews did not have anything did not cause the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, a major breakthrough in relations between Jews and the Catholic Church. He was the first pope, by the way, to visit a synagogue, the first to go to the concentration camp Auschwitz. So this has all warmed the hearts of the Jews, and his support for a Palestinian state has warmed the hearts of the Palestinians. So Jews and Muslims today joining the Christians here in Jerusalem, looking towards the Vatican and waiting with great concern the outcome of this long, hard fight. Keith?
Martin Fletcher in Jerusalem, great thanks for your report. Father Robert Drinan just emphasized about 15 minutes ago the same point that Martin just made, the rebonding between Catholicism and Judaism, the responsibility, the action of John Paul II. The Pope is on the verge of death. That is a quote from Cardinal Javier Lozano Barragan, the head of the Vatican Healthcare Office, in an interview that he gave to the television network in his native Mexico, Televisa. I talked to the doctors, Barragan added, and they told me there is no more hope. That's not an official announcement. That is not a new announcement. We are still waiting for some statement from the Vatican at a few minutes before 3 o'clock in Rome. Our coverage of the health of the Pope has continued throughout the afternoon and evening, and will continue all night here on MSNBC. I'm Keith Olbermann at MSNBC headquarters. We will resume with the latest on the health of Pope John Paul II, said to be on the verge of death, in just a moment.
Investing is about knowing the waters and where the real risks are. At T. Rowe Price, we navigate the market with discipline, relying on experience and our own independent research. Over 70% of our funds beat their 1, 5, and 10-year Lipper averages. Low-cost mutual funds from T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence. Request a complete prospectus or profile with investment objectives, risks, fees, expenses, and other information to read and consider carefully before investing.
Documents start with people like you who have ideas to share. To bring your ideas to life, choose Sir Speedy. We understand the process of moving from ideas to documents. We have the expertise to enhance your vision and all the technology to make it happen. Whether your documents are electronic or printed, Sir Speedy's global digital network will help you create, manage, and distribute them more efficiently, wherever they need to go. Sir Speedy, we are documents.
Best is yet to come, and babe, won't it be fine? You think you've seen the sun, but you ain't seen it shine. Wait till the warm-up's underway.
Wherever business takes you, Best Western is there. Best Western, the world's largest hotel chain. Now stay 3 times and get a free night on a future stay. With MasterCard, get a free night after just 2 stays.
Can you control your destiny? Can you do it with a spoon? Each morning we choose. We say, I'm hungry, or, cookie dough. This